Everybody to this August meeting of Yarra Council here at Fitzroy Town Hall. Yarra Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people as traditional owners and true sovereigns of the land now known as Yarra. We acknowledge their creative spirit Bunjil, their ancestors and their elders. We acknowledge the strength and resilience of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung, who have never ceded sovereignty and retained their strong connections to family, clan and country, despite the impacts of European invasion. We also acknowledge the significant contributions made by other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to life in Yarra. We pay our respects to elders from all nations here today and to their elders past, present and future. We have all the councillors here. I think Councillor Davies is probably on his way. We've got all the relevant officers here. I've got one announcement that I'd like to make. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Helen Chapman, who is retiring after more than 45 years of service to the Yarra community. Helen began working as a community health nurse at the Collingwood Community Health Centre in the early 1980s and has cared for generations of local residents from 365 Hoddle Street throughout all the changes in community health services over these decades. For more than 4 decades, Helen has provided compassionate, expert and deeply respectful care to our community, particularly through her work in women's health. She has built trusting relations with countless women and families, many of whom have returned to her year after year. Helen has also cared for some of the most vulnerable members of our community, including older people, refugees, people experiencing homelessness, people living with mental health illness, and people facing disadvantage, always with warmth, dignity, and without judgment. Her career has spanned enormous changes in community health, both from the HIV, AIDS, and heroin epidemics through to women's health reforms, refugee health, and integrated primary care. Through it all, Helen has remained a constant and trusted presence. It feels particularly fitting that Helen is retiring at a time when our community has come together to protect CoHealth's Collingwood services. That campaign has shown just how much these services and the relationship behind them mean to the people of Yarra. On behalf of Council and the Yarra community, thank you, Helen, for your extraordinary contribution and for more than 45 years of care and service. We wish you a very happy and well-deserved retirement. Thank you, everybody. Councillors, I'd like to ask each of you to make a conflict of interest declaration. You may respond, I do, to the following question. I'll do it in alphabetical order. Do you declare that you familiarise yourself with the matters being presented at this meeting and that you do not have a conflict of interest? Councillor Aston?
I do.
Councillor Crossland?
I do.
Councillor Davies?
I do.
Councillor Gomez?
I'm declaring a conflict of interest for agenda item 7.8, proposed road discontinuations. I provided the form to the officers and I'll vacate the room at the time.
Councillor Harrison? Deputy Mayor Harrison?
I do.
Councillor Ho?
I do.
Councillor McKenzie?
I have a conflict in regards to 7.2 Victoria Street Revitalisation Plan.
Thank you. Councillor Wade?
I do.
And I do. Confirmations of the minutes of the meeting of the last meeting of the 14th of July. Would somebody like to move those minutes? Councillor Gomez, seconded. Councillor Crossland. All those in favour, raise your hand. That's passed unanimously. We'll move on to question time. We've got quite a few. I'll start with, actually, the person who is going first just texted me. I think she might be running a little bit late. Is Alex Lam in the room? Yeah, she actually will be too late, but Erin Lee is here. Yes, Erin, thank you. On behalf of Alex Lam. Thank you.
So red's on. Yep, perfect. Okay. So as a resident of Wellington, is reported to have occurred.
Thank you, Erin. Sam Hewitt, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks Erin and Alex for the question. Council staff have been made aware of 2 reported crashes on Wellington Street in 2026. The first occurred at the intersection of Alexandra Parade on the 17th of July 2026, where a cyclist was struck by a vehicle. The second was reported as occurring at the intersection of Wellington and Easy Streets on 29th of July 2026, where a vehicle turning left across the bicycle lane reportedly struck a cyclist. We've also received community feedback in March expressing concerns about safety on Wellington Street, including general observations of near-miss situations involving pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles. We also received a report of a near-miss incident in June near Mater. There are we can't confirm whether any other reports have been made that don't come through the state government's data process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The next person is Jake Reader from the Fitzroy Residents Association. Welcome, Jake. Just press the button when you get up there.
Hello, everyone. What is Yarra's current strategy to assist residents in the greening of our lanes? Council's previous laneway garden permit program has ceased, and Yarra's urban forest strategy policy dates from 2017 and is now 9 years old. I don't think community expectations and council officer activity are aligned, and there are a few recent incidents I can point to. Residents are wanting to make laneways safer, nicer places to be. Creating and improving green spaces in Yarra should be encouraged, particularly if it is a resident-driven initiative.
Thanks, Jake. Sam Hewitt again, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Jake, for the question. Yes, we recognise that urban greening, including vertical gardens and laneway planting, can contribute to improved amenity, urban cooling, and improve the overall presentation of the public realm. However, council's laneways must also be maintained to ensure they remain safe, accessible and functional, including for drainage purposes, for residents, businesses, pedestrians, service providers and maintenance crews. Accommodating planting in laneways is not often possible. That said, council may very well consider a program to green laneways when it starts its budget deliberations in early 2027. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Jake, just to add to that, over the last couple of days, I've emailed the executive of the council with an early budget bid to put back in the council remit in next year's budget the laneway garden permit program. So we restart that, hopefully, if my colleagues agree, come next year's budget. But thanks for your lobbying on this, because it wouldn't have happened without you pointing that out. Thank you. Thank you. The next person is Meredith Kefford from YCAN. Welcome, Meredith. Take your time, it's all good. Yeah, just press the thing. Yep.
That one? Yeah, thanks. My question is a bit similar to the one before. I had no idea that was coming. Following at the last council meeting, a resident asked about she'd put pot plants in the laneway near her house and had been told to remove them. She felt that was certainly not an issue of safety or drainage or access or anything like that. Since then, we've heard that Yarra used to have something called the Laneway Garden Permit Program, where you could actually apply to make your lanes better, more attractive by using potted plants or small garden beds. And we heard that that program finished due to lack of resourcing. Obviously, we need to use all possible greening opportunities that we can for trees, grasses, shrubs in all possible locations, including lanes. So we were wondering, can the Laneway Garden Permit Program be reinstated temporarily until it's replaced with a more comprehensive approach to greening, which maybe will come through the Complete Streets approach?
I'll just answer that directly. It's definitely going to be in, as I said to Jake a minute ago, in the next budget discussions. I've formally requested that this week. But when we get the quarterly budget update later in the year, I think it comes through. Otherwise, we'll have to do it through the budget. Otherwise, we'll have to do it through the budget process. Mr. Hewitt, did you want to add to that? No. Thank you so much.
It's just pretty crazy if people have to remove things temporarily because the program's finished.
Yeah, I wasn't, until Jake from the FRA emailed in this week, I personally wasn't aware that it no longer existed, so we're immediately trying to rectify that. But thanks for your lobbying on this. Jeremy Lawrence, Streets Alive Yarra. Welcome, Jeremy.
Hello, Mayor and Councillors. My name's Jeremy Lawrence. I'm asking a question on behalf of Streets Alive Yarra. Our question is about the overlap between how parking is priced and competitive neutrality rules. We can't hear that. How's that? We know that some people need to drive and park. We know that visitors, such as shoppers or commuters, when arriving at their destination, face a choice between two competing options: parking on street or parking in a private off-street garage. We know that people make decisions between competing options based on a combination of convenience and price. We know that council, with its tens of thousands of parking bays, is a major player in the market for parking. What's interesting is that our neighbours in the city of Stonington are conducting an engagement at the moment for their transport strategy, and on the Facebook page for one of their councillors, we read a discussion about competitive neutrality rules. The councillor stated, quote, "We are not permitted to undercut the private market. Our fees have to reflect what a commercial operator would charge, and officers hold us to that," end quote. And we know from budget papers that council does assess the price charged for private off-street parking and does make an effort to charge the market rate for some parking bays. For example, council increased the daily fee on some metered bays to $20. We know that council did have regard to competitive neutrality rules when it developed pricing for parklets. However, we also know that thousands of bays remain unpriced. For example, with 2p or 4p limits, yet can be used all day for parking simply by setting a timer and moving the car, which undercuts the private market. So our question is, will council commit to complying with competitive neutrality rules for all, or at least most, of the parking bays it controls, i.e. will council commit to pricing parking at market rates so it doesn't undercut the private market?
Thank you. Mary Osman, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeremy, for your question. Council is currently drafting a new curbside and parking strategy that will be addressing parking pricing. In general, our approach to pricing distinguishes between on and off-street parking. Council recently did increase daily off-street parking fees in line with privately owned car parks in the area. However, on-street parking pricing has regard to a range of factors. This balances best use of curbside space such as footpaths, trees, cycling, public transport and outdoor dining, with managing traffic and parking impacts through a range of tools, including restrictions and pricing, and we will be looking at competitive neutrality as part of the parking strategy. So thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Herschel Landis.
Thank you, Mayor. My question goes to judgment, accountability and good governance. Mayor, you've chosen an activist model of morality in which the political advocacy, public campaigning and confrontation with other levels of government form part of your leadership. And that is a legitimate political choice. But with that choice comes responsibility for the judgment exercised in those interventions. You cannot, for example, claim the political authority of the office when advocating on one issue and then retreat to the position of private citizen exercising free speech when another intervention attracts scrutiny. And I refer particularly to your decision, while Mayor, to go on 3RW and publicly defend the CMFEU, arguing that the attack on unions had gone too far. Your disclosed 2020 election donations included $5,000 from the CMFEU and $2,000 from the United Firefighters Union. And I make no suggestion those disclosed donations were improper, but those long-standing political and financial connections surely required particular care and judgment before publicly intervening in defence of the CMFEU. There was no council resolution or whether, as Mayor, you exercise good judgment in saying it. And good judgment requires considering the relevant facts, seeking counsel where appropriate, weighing the consequences and recognising the responsibilities that accompany public office. So given the extraordinary seriousness of the matters concerning the CMFU that are now being directed to the Royal Commission, do you accept that your decision, while Mayor, to publicly intervene and defend the CMFU represented a serious error of judgment?
Point of order. We had a previous council meeting where a very similar question was asked. So I question why we are receiving the same question again. I believe that's a breach of the governance rules.
I take your point, Deputy Mayor Harrison, but I will answer the question out of respect to an ex-councillor, however unpopular. am nevertheless a duly elected ex-councillor of the City of Yarra, and I will answer that question. And my answer is no. I was born a socialist and I will die a socialist. I was born a trade unionist and I will die a trade unionist. And that preceded and it will finish my time as a councillor. As mayor, as councillor over the course of the last 24 years and the last year and a half, nearly 2 years as mayor, I have worked, I think, even my worst enemies would have to admit, harder than anyone in this role to defend the interests of people in the city, the 100,000 people who live in the City of Yarra, in particular those who are underprivileged on the 3 public housing estates, the young, the aged, the people who are forgotten, the forgotten people. And we have turned this council into one that I'm very proud of, but also we've stood up against the state government unashamedly and bravely on the congestion tax, on the fire services levy, on the attack on the public housing, also issues like co-health and so on and so forth. So when I turned up to Jackie Felgate, and that's why she chose me and a Liberal councillor from Stonington to come on every fortnight and debate council issues, somebody, if you like, from the progressive side and somebody from the right-wing side, she jumped me and unexpectedly about my fact that I'm a construction worker and a member of the CFMU, and I made a very, very simple point. I do not defend corruption from anybody. In the same way, you can be a loyal and proud Australian, but be opposed to the government's policies. You can be a loyal and proud Jew, but disagree with the policies of the Israeli government. So also with the CFMU. I am very proud that 99% of people who work in the construction industry, who get up every morning at 5 a.m. and go to work, put their lives on the line to build a new Australia, work really, really hard, and we have the safest and the best paid building industry in the world. We work really, really hard. We're not corrupt. We work hard. If there's corruption in the CFMU or in the real estate industry or in the stockbrokers, it needs to be dealt with in due course, but I'm not going to be a lag and a rat against my colleagues and lag on them and attack them in the media just because we're members of a registered industrial organisation. So people can have their say about the CFMU. My position is I love unions, I hate corruption. Simple as that. And I'll always say that whether I'm mayor or whether I'm not mayor, and I thank you for your question. The next person... The next person is Shane Delphine from the Yarra Climate Action Now. Welcome, Shane.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. Last month, I, on behalf of Yarra Climate Action Now, asked a public question which drew attention to the fact that local government is likely to bear a substantial financial burden as climate change impacts our community, nature and infrastructure. Indeed, local government's overall financial sustainability may be challenged by such impacts. Whitecan's question tonight focuses just on infrastructure impacts. Over the past month, we've been pleased to learn that the M9 group of councils, of which Yarra is a member, in fact have a project in train known as the Resilient Asset Management and Investment Project, focused on management of climate risk in the context of infrastructure. Could council officers please provide an update on this project, including Yarra's role and what outcomes are expected to be achieved and in what time frame?
Thanks, Shane. Mary Osmond, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Shane, for the question. M9's Resilient Asset Management and Investment RAMI project is funded through a $2 million Disaster Ready Fund. Project officer is working with representatives from across all M9 councils. In Phase 1, research has been conducted into the existing asset management and investment landscape at all 9 councils through a gaps and opportunities assessment and then a recommendation for a pathway forward. The findings from Phase 1 reinforce that working across the M9 represents a strong opportunity to scale existing efforts to uplift collective maturity. They emphasise that building resilience is a long-term endeavour that requires coordination across councils, partners and levels of government and a considered approach to change management to be successful. Phase 2 is focused on turning the lessons from Phase 1 into practical actions and improvements that deliver lasting benefits for communities across the region. The project is due for completion in June 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. The next person is Christine Maynard. The light's already on, so you can just go straight away.
So last month I appeared, obviously at Richmond Town Hall, in relation to building orders. So I asked the question, it was put on notice, and almost 2 weeks later I didn't receive a response. So I wrote to the CEO, and I did receive an email back from Mary. However, it didn't address the actual issue at hand. So there's 5 building orders involved here, and yes, one of them is currently, as Mary is aware, under a different legislation. However, it doesn't go back to the issue that you've issued a building notice, or sorry, your municipal building surveyor has issued a building notice to not only the owners of the property that's damaged mine for 5 years and prevented me from living in my home for 5 years, but it's also issued to the owners' corporation, which has never been enforced. Now, I'm not talking about the latest one, dated 1 May 25, which is still outstanding, and currently we are August 11, 26. We're now going back to the 11th of October 2023, almost 3 years ago, and not one person at this council has bothered to enforce this building order. So you have 3 properties that are uninhabitable. I have there's over $1 million of damage, and there's an enormous amount of uninsured damage to my property, probably totalling over $100,000. I want to know who at this council is going to start enforcing this building order to get this person to fix their balcony so that we can move back into our homes. It's not acceptable that you use another jurisdiction. Now, Joseph Janko's actually emailed us today because all the dates that he was given have now passed. It's unacceptable. And you wrote to me today, Mary, saying that you and Joseph are now responsible for this, and I expect that you will now take control and enforce these orders on this owners' corporation so that we can get back in our homes. So I'd like to know what you're now going to do, considering the communication that's come out in the last few hours, but also this has been over 5 years now without our homes. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Mary Osmond.
Through you, Mayor, and thank you, Christine. I don't have a lot to add to the email that I have already sent you. As offered, I'm happy to sit down and for us to have a conversation around the topic of the Hull Street property. Joseph has emailed an update to everybody, so through you, Mayor, I don't have anything more to add.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Wall, please, you're next. Welcome, Sarah. She does. I think she does. Sarah, did you want one of your colleagues to go first? Yeah, we've got the last 4 speakers here are all on the same topic, so I'm going to give a little bit of grace. So Beverly, Pam, Dina and Sarah, can one of you come forward, please? Thank you. Just identify yourself for the record, please. Press the button. Thank you.
Beverly Street, thank you. And one for Maida Street with the design unchanged and a blurry image. There was no 3D imaging as promised. This process remains frustrating and disappointing when promises are broken and accountability is low. Concerned residents signed petitions and don't feel heard, especially those who will be most affected by noise, parking and security. The safety aspect of the skate rails at Bud Street are concerning. My legs were protected by some shopping bags outside Maya CBD when an errant skateboard came careening off the GPO stairs as the skateboarder lost control. I've seen the same thing at the State Library. Skateboard rails do not belong in the narrow strip in Bud Street, but in a dedicated skate park. Someone would eventually get hit. Residents who live near the Fitzroy, Carlton, Edinburgh and Darling Gardens hold coveted and prized positions due to their proximity to beautiful green spaces. not because they offer a skate rail or fitness poles on hard surfaces. It has been said that the residents of Collingwood should move to Armidale if they want green space. Maybe they could move to Armidale to have a bigger backyard to house the play equipment they need for their children. Council has addressed urban greening in its climate emergency plan. There were too many references in the 86 pages to list as to why Council should back Budd and Mater Street to be greener. Its open space strategy states that its objectives include implementing nature-based urban cooling areas to improve biodiversity, cool the city and mitigate the severity of extreme heat on human and non-human residents. How does a skate rail in a paved street and fitness poles on a hard surface spanning most of the width of Mater Street fit these objectives? Play equipment dominating the parks will bake in the sun, be slippery when it rains, have water pooling on the hard surfaces, extreme climate conditions that will prevail in the future. These sentinels will be a sad reminder that Council's commitment to climate change is meaningless and not the transformative change it says is needed to address climate change. By increasing canopy cover for the whole municipality, accelerating tree planting to mitigate heat, improve mental health and not add to the urban heat islands. Yarra Council says it will enable and support community-led climate action and advocacy. Will you? Finally, for those of you who have not...
Sorry, you've asked 2 questions so far. Can you just get to one? Tell us what your main question is, please,
okay.
Beverly.
Thank you. At the end.
Finally, and you've got 30 seconds, just over 30 seconds.
Finally, for those of you who have not read the piece from Council Watch Victoria, there is an eloquent but scathing article on the 2 parks raising additional concerns for toilets and other aspects of how the residents of Budd and Mater Street have become the sacrificial lambs of these projects. Council, please take a leaf from the projects that have successfully transformed industrial sites into verdant spaces in Germany and inner-city Paddington, Oxford Street, where industrial heritage has been leaned into, not in a clumsy cliché version of itself, but with progressive thought and care to highlight greenery where climate change action can improve and the present and enhance the future.
30 seconds. Your time is... No, you've got to stop talking.
Okay.
Sorry, but just out of respect to you, Beverly, just give us one question that you want to answer, because this is question time.
Sorry, okay. Why is Council not applying its climate action strategy objectives in the climate emergency plan to these 2 spaces?
Okay, thank you. I might just answer the question. Yeah. One of your original, just turn the mic off. Yeah. The original point was you said, and you were talking about me, so I'll just out myself, at the public meeting that the anti-people had last week, the people opposed to the current designs for Budd and Mater, I said that I would try and get 3D images of the 2 sites. When I went back to the offices the next day, there were no 3D images, so the best I could get was 2D. So I apologise to you and to the meeting. I thought I could get 3D. I failed. You know, I'll take the heat on that one. In terms of the broader issue, and I'll just say this, and maybe I'll say this now so the other 3 can sort of like add it into their contributions if they so wish. The problem that we've got is that we've got some people in the Collingwood community opposed to the current designs, like yourself and others, and there are other people who are in favour of the designs. And when I did a ring around of the councillors, yes, I didn't contact Councillor Davies or Councillor Ho, but I spoke to the other 7 councillors. There's a clear majority of councillors in favour of the current design. So I think my advice to you as an ex-community activist is to contact the councillors, not so much the officers, over the course of the next period. But that's the situation as I see it, for what it's worth. Would any officer want to add anything to that at this stage? No? Beverly, thanks. Sarah, Pam and Dina, can one of you 3 come forward? Whichever one. I think that's Pam. Welcome, Pam. It is Pam. Just press the button, please, too.
Mayor, I have my own statement, or my own question, and I also have a question from Sebastian Guiney, who was unable to come. Do you mind if I read his first? Thank you. Sebastian says, as a resident of Budd Street, I'm fully aligned with the letter to Council tonight as a matter of record. And the updated signature account on the petitions is now more than 130 for each. Specifically for Budd Street, if the proposed path forward of more greenery cannot be achieved due to the limitation of the site because of the underground services, then the project could be scrapped and the funding redirected to further investment into the Mater Street Park. 1 quality park is better than 2 poorly delivered parks. Second point, the Council's engagement process for these parks has again been lacking. Key information was not clearly articulated from the start, specifically to Budd Street, that the site is severely limited due to underground services. The community was not notified of this until after the road discontinuance vote. The process for these parks was run in parallel with the Wellington Street project. This limited the community's ability to properly respond as efforts were focused on stopping the overwhelmingly unpopular Wellington Street proposal. More greenery was by a massive margin the key feature most respondents requested in the council engagement report, yet the proposed plans severely lack greenery. Final point, the current designs are a mess and create excessive clutter in both spaces at the expense of the greenery that the community was both promised and has requested. At Budd Street, we don't want a skate park with hardscaping or street junk. We just want a quiet, green space to sit and relax. If this cannot be achieved, what is the point, as this is a very small space? At Mater Street, we don't want a skateboard or scooter track and fitness poles. Again, we want green space prioritised, and I ask that councillors consider our proposed path forward for both parks.
30 seconds, just over 30 seconds left.
Done.
Thank you.
That's Sebastian's.
Yeah, you're not getting 6 minutes. You get 3 minutes for both.
I didn't realise
But look, out of respect to you, because I maybe didn't make myself clear, just for anyone else in the future, you don't get 2 lots of 3 minutes. Otherwise, people will be coming up saying that they're representing their grandmother in Algeria and we'll be here till 3 in the morning. So you get 3 minutes per person. But I'm going to give you a little bit more time because I didn't make that clear to you, Pam, out of respect to you as a long-term activist in the municipality. But if you can just make it as quick as possible. Thank you.
Okay, my question relates to Council's consultation process and promotion plans for Collingwood. As some of you know, I was deeply involved in the Wellington Street protest, which I very briefly want to reference. Council put forward those plans as making Wellington Street safer for everyone. What its promotional material did not say was that it was going to close Wellington Street to through traffic. Regarding the proposed parks in Mater Street and Budd Street, the large council banners promoted a healthier, more livable Yarra. There were to be more spaces to gather and relax. Biodiversity was to be improved. Local wildlife was to be supported. Residents were not told at consultation meetings that facilities for skateboarding, a basketball hoop later replaced by fitness equipment, and a scooter skateboard track were to be included. I cannot believe that these very active facilities are compatible with spaces to gather and relax. They would certainly not improve biodiversity, and I really don't think they would delight the local wildlife.
Can you get to your question as soon as possible, please?
This is Wellington Street all over again, and many of us are not happy. We are now forming a Collingwood action group, including many Collingwood residents who signed our Wellington Street and Budd Street and Mater Street petitions. We want to ensure that future council plans are fully revealed right at the start. No more vague promises, no more misleading headlines.
This is the first time in a year and a half as me as Mayor I've given you almost double the time, so I'm really going to ask you to get to your question.
I simply want to ask if council is prepared to sit down with our new group when any more development plans are proposed for Collingwood, and is council prepared to be completely upfront with us about the full extent of the plans right at the start?
Thank you for your question. We've got Sarah Wall and Dina next. Dina, I think, is coming first. Kambukas. Welcome, Dina.
My name is Dina Kambukos. My family has lived, paid rates and worked in Collingwood since 1972. I currently live on Forest Street. I'm here tonight not just as a resident, but to speak for my community, for the people who can't be here, and especially our elderly migrant community. People who will not come to council meetings or speak to council because they're concerned about is the design, the lack of transparency, and the disregard for local resident and ratepayers who will be directly affected. And this is not just my opinion. More than 300 local resident and ratepayers have signed an opposition to these designs, not the parks themselves. These are people who live in the immediate area and will live with these decisions every day. This is very different from collecting feedback from people who happen to pass pop-up consultation, or from people who support the project but do not live in the neighbourhood of that this will affect. Local residents should have a strong voice in the design of the local parks. Our community wants something simple, quiet, peaceful, cool and green space with trees, shade, gardens and comfortable seating. This is why the designs matter. I also want to talk to the council about ratepayers' money. Council spent nearly $1 million on the Melbourne's saddest park, and we had to pay another $250,000 to upgrade it. Nothing was learnt. If council has listened to the residents and ratepayers from the beginning, could that extra $250 have been avoided? I think it could have. I have made submissions and sent emails about my concerns. I have never received a proper response. This is why this is about more than park design. It is about transparency, general consultation and respect for the people who live here. At a time when we need cooler, greener neighbourhoods, we should be increasing trees, shade and planting, not missing that opportunity. So please listen to the people who are not in the room, listen to the older residents, our migrant community and the 300 plus signatures that have come here and from ratepayers who have made their position
You've got
clear.
14 seconds. Can you get to your question?
We are not asking for no parks. We are asking for better designed parks, genuine consultation and transparency and respect for the people who live here. Thank you.
What's your question, Ginny? You've spoken for 3 minutes.
My question is, has this council not learned anything? We spent money on a park and then we had to spend more money.
Okay, I'll answer that question. Thank you, Gina. And I'll just remind people, this is public question time, so you can make a little speech, and you should, because it backs up your point, but at the end, have a question. And you did do that, so I'll answer it. I think it's disingenuous to compare this to Cambridge Street Park. The reason it was called Australia's, what was it, most pathetic park? I can't remember.
No, it was the saddest
park. It was because there was no playground equipment, and the mums and the dads and the parents fired up Brielle Pope and many other people in that area, and we listened to them and we fixed it. You're arguing the exact opposite, in the sense that that's the reality of it. So I don't think it's very smart to compare that to Cambridge Street. So that's my answer to your question. The next person, the final person I've got here is Sarah Wall. Sarah, welcome. Sarah, did you want to speak? Yeah? Yeah.
I have always spoken for Spiro, my next door neighbour, and my question does add to him, but I have never been made aware of the timing limit before.
There's a 3-minute timing limit for all speakers, so...
I have never had
let me get some advice for you.
I've always spoken for Spiro and I've always done my statement.
I'm going to get the advice from the officers, so Mr. Delosa, can you give us some advice here, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the governance rules are clear that each person who submitted a question or comes and asks a question has 3 minutes to present that question.
So you've got 3 minutes.
I'm speaking for Spiro, who lives across the road from me, who cannot make it because he's profoundly disabled and he's unable to attend.
Okay. On that basis, I'm going to allow it.
And I've not heard those rules before, and I have.
Okay, no, that's okay.
No,
that's fine. No problem.
Okay, may I start my time?
So, are you speaking first for yourself or for Spiro?
I will speak first for myself, and then I will speak for Spiro.
Okay, your 3 minutes for yourself start now. Thank you, Sarah.
On a cold, wet and windy Melbourne evening, nearly 70 residents came together in a car park to discuss the proposed park designs for Maida Street and Bud Street parklets. That's almost the same number of people that attended all of Yarra's pop-up consultations combined, most of which, curiously, report zero engagement. One resident came along despite having cancer because she wanted to be heard. She spoke quietly about wanting a 130 plus signatures opposing the Bud Street design. At Maida Street, 135 plus residents have rejected the proposed skateboard/scooter track, fitness poles and extensive paving, while more than 100 previously called for the basketball ring and associated hardscaping to be removed. Across all the petitions, residents are asking the same thing. Green, cool, quiet and welcoming neighbourhood parks, not more hard surfaces and infrastructure. Only 8 or 9% of residents in the consultations wanted recreation equipment in the parks. We are concerned that the council is pushing this too hard. We have serious concerns about skate and scooter infrastructure and fitness equipment in these very small spaces and immediately beside homes. Residents have a legitimate right to the quiet enjoyment and amenity of their homes. The impact of increased activity, noise and late night use needs to be properly considered. On Maida Street alone, there are approximately 16 bedrooms within 14 metres of this proposed park, including the bedrooms of a disabled resident, a toddler and our newest resident, a 3-month-old baby. I also spoke with our local police sergeant about these proposals. My understanding there's been no public safety consultation or specific public safety plan developed for these parks. This is a real concern. There is, however, a simpler solution, and one that could potentially save the council and ratepayers considerable funds. I will be speaking for Spiro of Maida Street next, so I ask you to please wait for the idea. I trust the council will accept my holding the question.
Do you want to go on to? I'll respond to that at the end of your question. So you're speaking for Spiro now. Thank you. Your 3 minutes for him starts now. Thank you, Sarah.
Good evening, councillors. Again, I could not make it as my carer arrives at 5 p.m. and I remain a bit shy too. I repeat, hopefully for the last time, that I'm very worried about the skateboard and scooter track in particular. It is impossible for me in my wheelchair to get out of the way of skateboarders, bikes or scooters. It is dangerous to me and I will not feel safe. Please consider making this safer and more accessible for me and others like me. I just wanted a simple park like I was promised. On a more positive note, my neighbours have said that they will celebrate my 50th birthday next year with an event in the Maida Street Park. So on that note, I've asked Sarah to communicate, as we talked about. A number of residents are willing to work with the council through the City of Yarra's street garden scheme to create genuinely green spaces that would feel like a community garden. If the council creates the beds, we can do the planting, except perhaps for the taller trees. That would provide all that we have been asking for while giving residents ownership of their neighbourhood amenity, creating pride and reducing costs. Most importantly, it could bring people together, connecting the community and creating a neighbourhood space that is safe, accessible, green and welcoming to people of all ages. We want parks. We simply want them to be the right parks. We do not want a repeat of the world's saddest children's park on Cambridge Street. We do not want to, as has been suggested, tweak the parks after they are installed. That would be a monumental waste of ratepayers' money and councillors' time. Tonight, Spiro and I ask Council to pause the current designs, undertake proper public safety consultation and work with residents on a simpler, greener and more inclusive alternative. These small spaces are an opportunity to make Collingwood cooler, greener and more connected. Please give us the parks that bring our community together, not designs that divide us. Councillors, will you help us do that?
Thank you, Spiro, and thank you, Sarah. I'll just respond to the point that you made about the police, that you contacted the police. Senior Sergeant Jim Scanlon, I think you contacted. He's emailed us. He's emailed Deputy Mayor Harrison, who's just given me permission to read out the letter from Jim Scanlon in relation to the bud in Maida Street. So I'll read it out. Good day, Sharon. I've had a local resident contact me and ask me to talk to the Mayor regarding the Maida Street Park. Given Stephen has a bit on at the moment, I thought I'd come to you as Deputy. The resident is concerned the design of the park isn't what the residents wanted and wanted the council to reconsider. Obviously, it isn't a police matter. The resident states that they've noticed an increase in crime recently, but I've checked the data sets and I can't see it. From some of the offences she's alluded to, I believe they may be years old rather than recently. Anyway, I've told her I'll email you, so I have. Let me know if you want more. I hope all is well with you. Regards, Jim Scanlon. So we would just for the record, because before you do that, did you want to add anything?
I thought, Mayor, it might be worth just reiterating one of the points, I think, from Beverley. The council, in relation to Bud Street, will go out with 2 tender options, which we think addresses particularly the request for more greening of the Bud Street design. And so that tender will go out. The council itself will be asked to make a decision in October or November, and it may very well decide on the more green option that is being priced up by contractors.
Thank you. To follow up, Sarah?
I just wanted to make a comment that I did discuss that with, I did not mention his name because I did not think that was appropriate. I did discuss that. We've had 2 police incidents on our street within the last couple of weeks, and I witnessed them both. So I'm not sure how that has come to be that, but I will speak to the sergeant again tomorrow. But I actually witnessed one. We had a police car pull up outside the Magistrate Community Hall. We had a police chase that had an altercation outside Spiro's house, yelling, and then the police chased their buildings. We had another person, and one of the councillors knows this and has actually heard the story, that another resident was...
Okay, Sarah, you've had a good crack. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll go with the police, so we'll listen to the police when it comes to crime. Are there any other questions? Yes, sir. Come forward and just state your name for the record and press the button and introduce yourself.
George Teeman, thank you, Mayor. I'm a long-term resident of North Fitzroy. My question goes to the issue of housing targets and planning. What is the council's own assessment of the capacity of potential new dwellings that could be delivered under the existing Yarra planning scheme, including the newly approved C271, and how close would this get to meeting or exceeding the government's target for Yarra of 44,000 new dwellings?
Thank you, sir. Mary Osmond, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
George,
sorry, for the question. According to evidence that Council provided at the Standing Advisory Committee for C271, being the Fitzroy-Collingwood SAC, Yarra's planning scheme has a dwelling capacity of at least 40,000 dwellings. This analysis included Yarra's activity centres and larger sites, but it didn't include development capacity in our general residential or in our neighbourhood residential zones, and not all of the state's owned housing land. The evidence mentioned took all of the built form overlays that we currently have in the planning scheme into account and are now in the planning scheme. Given some development has occurred since mid-2023, when the housing target is counted from and infill outside of our traditional activity centres does occur, Yarra's planning scheme may or may not have a dwelling shortfall. Officers are in discussions with their counterparts at DTP to resolve this. We're quite confident that we could meet our housing targets. There may be some ups and downs within that, and we'll continue those discussions, but we do know that targets do not equate to actual delivery. Housings on the ground. Under the current scheme, some planning permits, including those issued by the state, haven't been acted on. We do recognise that this might be because of feasibility, but it's not because of capacity that we have in our planning scheme. Thanks, George.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? There's a gentleman at the front here. Yep. Just state your name. Press the button and state your name, please.
Yes, my name's Peter Walters. Thanks for the opportunity to ask a question, Mayor and councillors. I live in the Melba ward, but I have a question in regards to the Budd Street and the Maida Street Parks project proposals. My specific concern is in regards to graffiti vandalism that's occurring in that part of Collingwood. I'm one of a number of Yarra residents actively trying to reduce the damage done around our community. In regards to the park projects, I've had to think through whether vandalism is too trivial a matter to bring to this question time. But I really do think that this is a matter of public health in the area. Because Collingwood is an inner city neighbourhood, we expect there to be an inner city feel to the place. This includes street art. The problem we have is that things have moved from the area having an interesting inner urgency in that area. The current park designs are connected to this. In Budd Street, the vandalised walls currently feature in the park design. In Maida Street, the park is co-located with the hall where teenagers are taught how to spray paint on walls. If you go there right now, you'll see spray cans littering the grounds of that hall. The hall owner themselves recently had to get in professional graffiti cleaners to clean off a huge painted mess on its own walls. There's a range of antisocial behaviour emanating from that hall. So my question is, can the park designs and the interaction with that Mater Street Hall be modified to move away from encouraging more of this current vandalism? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Did you want to answer that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Peter. I'm not sure the council officers or its design team deliberately designed open spaces or urban parks to encourage vandalism or graffiti. Certainly mindful of it. The council itself has funded significant programs to remove graffiti. We're doing our best to do that. It's a scourge, we agree. We'll keep at it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There's somebody at the back had their hand up. Yeah, yes, sir, with the hat. Yeah. Yeah, I see you at the back. Oh, you'll be next. Thanks, mate. Hop in. Just say your name for the record.
No worries. Good evening. My name is Alan White, and I'm a resident of Mater Street. I wanted to start by saying that I strongly support the creation of new parks and public open space in Collingwood. In fact, that is precisely why I'm concerned about the current Mater Street design and Bud Street design, and it's why I'm here for the first time to speak to you about it tonight. Collingwood is growing and becoming increasingly dense. Much of that growth is through apartment living for young people like myself, where residents have small balconies, limited private open space, and very little access to greenery of their own. In that environment, small neighbourhood parks are incredibly important. They are places available to everyone, regardless of age, your ability, your gender or your race, to sit under a tree, meet a neighbour, enjoy some grass or simply be outside, something that many people within our area don't have access to. I therefore struggle to understand why a small park, immediately surrounded by residential homes and indeed apartment buildings, needs designated infrastructure and hard services that are more commonly suited to larger recreational spaces. This is not an argument against skateboarding, scooters, exercise or play. Indeed, I asked the 60 owners or occupiers of my apartment building how many of them undertook those activities. The response was zero, 0 out of 60. But those activities are important, I acknowledge that, and they deserve appropriate places in our city. The question is whether every activity needs to be accommodated in every space in our city, particularly at the expense of greenery, open space and quiet enjoyment for the majority. Council's own engagement identified trees and garden beds, open grass and seating as community priorities, while only a small proportion sought structured play or alternative recreational spaces. So, councillors, my question is this. What evidence from Council's research and community engagement demonstrates that the current Mater Street and Bud Street designs better respond to the needs of this increasingly dense residential community than a simpler, greener and more accessible neighbourhood park, particularly when Council's own engagement appears to tell you otherwise? And in asking that question within my 3 minutes allocated, I also wanted to note on behalf of Cassandra Humphrey of Bud Street. I won't read out her entire question because I recognise the 3 minutes, but I'll say on her behalf...
Got 35 seconds left.
No worries, got you covered. Within that 35 seconds, her requests were very straightforward. Bring back Mater Street and Bud Street designs back to Council. Do not allow Council officers to proceed without councillors reconsidering the plans. Listen to the hundreds of residents. Remove the skate and scooter infrastructure and fitness equipment that is unnecessary hardscaping. Remove the skateboard grinding rail and unnecessary hardscaping. And lastly, therefore, her question is, why are all those things seemingly so hard to do with Council?
Thank you, sir. The CEO is going to respond to that.
Thanks for your questions. I missed who the second question was on behalf of.
Cassandra Humphreys.
Thank you. Just information, not consistent information out there. So what I want to do is take it on notice. It's always advised that the community submit their questions in advance so that the officers have time to prepare a detailed response. Your question warrants that, so I'll take that on notice and we'll get a response to you separately.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. And the person at the back of the last one, yep, come forward. Just state your name for the record when you get up the front. The red light's already on.
G'day, Kip Calvert from
Burnley. I live on Madden Street. I know we've had discussions around this issue, and we're very grateful that the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor attended a meeting.
So what is this about the notice of motion?
This was in discussions about the parking.
Yeah, that's going to come up later in the
Oh, is
agenda.
it?
So
Sorry.
this is, and you can submit on that when it gets the notice of motion from Deputy Mayor Harrison. So you just have to wait till then.
All right.
You can't do the question time and then do that again.
Sorry about that.
No worries. It'll be definitely up later on.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That's all, I think, all the questions, public question time. Sorry, no, I've got one here. Yes, come forward.
Either one.
Yeah, that one's on.
We're already on? Good.
Running way behind time here, so go for it. Yeah.
Tim Ma, I'm a resident of 20 years or so. Ever since I've been here, there's been a lot of talk about social housing and the need for social housing, and I think it's widely recognised. What doesn't seem to happen is we don't seem to build much social housing. And I'm asking the council, what is it that prevents us building enough social housing in Yarra to cater for the social housing needs? And what are the options to prevent developers I was trying to think of the word. I didn't mean weaseling, but it seems to be the one that comes to mind, out of commitments that they make when they get the right to build and then don't actually include the social housing that they committed to.
Thanks, sir. I'll try and answer that. There's no council in Victoria that's got a higher percentage of public and social housing in its geographical space than the City of Yarra, and we are 110% committed to defending the public housing towers, promoting better public housing, and also promoting social housing and inclusionary zoning. So to go through your question one at a time from the top, public housing is a state government responsibility. Councils don't do it, state government, and we have been in the lead. We're actually in the lead here in Victoria in hammering the state government to not knock down the 47 towers. We've set up a committee to that effect. We've lobbied them left, right and centre, and we'll be literally chaining ourselves, or some of us will, to the buildings if and when they try to knock them down. Some of us, especially Councillor Ho and myself, are ex-public housing tenants, and there wouldn't be a day that goes past that we're not embedded in our public housing towers, talking to the local public housing tenants about their great needs and the need to expand and improve public housing. So that's something that we're not allowed to, it's state government, but we're in the front line of that and no one can really touch us on that. In terms of social housing, or if you like, inclusionary zoning, which forces all new private developments to have a percentage of social housing, that's something that we support. Unfortunately, in the state of Victoria, it's not mandatory, so we can't make a developer have 5, 10, 20% social housing, although we want that to happen. There have been times when the state government have promised a percentage of social housing, and often that hasn't happened. Or it's only, like for example, at the Amcor site, only lasted for 8 years, and then it ends. On the gas and fuel side, it was on, it was off, it was on again. I think it's back on again. But it's definitely something that we think we need. Mandatory inclusionary zoning on all private projects. In terms of what we can do on the little bit of land that we've got spare, that's an agenda item later tonight. We've got good news and we've got bad news on that, but I'm not allowed to really talk about that because it's actually an agenda item. If you want more detailed response, ring me tomorrow and we can have a coffee at the Mayor's office and we can talk it in greater detail because it's something that I'm very passionate about. I did see another hand. So while it can be a bit painful at times, it's actually really, really good, and it's one of the overheads of democracy. So we might have to go a little bit later tonight. If it goes past midnight, we'll do a half-hour extension and so on. I believe you're next, and I've got 2 other people, and then after that, we're going to try and start the meeting proper. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Teresa Konopaki. I'm a long-term resident, virtually lifelong, from one side of Victoria Street to the other. I recently sent emails to all the councillors after being woken in the middle of the night by pubs, noise. I have an issue with parking. The response I got, I felt was disrespectful, belittling and condescending. I'd like to put my complaint into context. What council won't know is that on Sunday, the 1st of February, outside IGA at 6:20 p.m, due to the poor surface, I broke an ankle. 3 days later, on the Wednesday, I went to Epworth at Erin Street to follow up some referrals. On the way back to the car, guess what? The ankle went. I tried to stop my fall. I have a plate and pins. I lost time off work. I had medical expenses that I've just paid off. I was in there for 9 days. I have not seen parking inspectors around my area in I don't know how many years. There are no infringement notices, there's nothing. People...
Just to interrupt, can you just tell us what area specifically?
This is Gibbs Street in Abbotsford.
Elizabeth Street?
Gibbs.
Oh, Gibbs Street in Abbotsford, I do apologise, thank you, yep.
It's not just the patrons to the local pubs, it is also people going to the MCG who park there up to 2 hours before, they're wearing their gear, and a couple of hours after MCG finishes, they're still there. I cannot park at the rear because patrons know about that park. I feel there is no parking enforcement. I ask council to try and rectify that to increase Yarra's budget. My question is this how all long-term residents are treated with this response, or just me?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure. I'll answer it because it's not fair to put that on the officers. I'm really sorry if you got a response along the line. I haven't seen your response, so I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but nobody deserves a response that you said that you've got. I know that the yes or no answer to your last question is no, because I get lots of responses from people thanking me and the other councillors and officers for good response. What I would like you to do is to give your response, either in email or hard copy, to the governance officers, Thomas, or somebody will come over and get it off you, and we'll chase it up, and I'm really sorry for your trouble. And we'll definitely ask the officers to make Gibbs Street Abbotsford a hotspot, which means that they'll have a look at, obviously it's an operational matter, it'll be up to them, but we really, I hear what you're saying about cars being left and then people going into the MCG, but thank you for coming tonight. So just over there, somebody will come across to you. Thank you. Okay, who wants to ask a life or death question? Anyone else? Yes. I think, is this the last one? Thank you. We've had, this will be 18 questions. I think that's a record. It's very good. All right, you're next. Just state the name for the record, please.
Yep. Is that on? Yep, cool. My name is Vicky. I'm a Mater Street resident, so I'm going to be talking about the Mater Street Park.
With a question, yeah?
I do have a question, yes.
Because this is question time.
Yeah,
so
100%.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, 100%.
You have to ask a question.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
So one point that hasn't been raised so far is about the issue with parking. There's no parking plan that I can see anywhere in the proposal for the design. So my question is around about the fact that 11 spots are going to be removed and those 11 cars simply don't disappear. So I'm assuming they're going to be pushed into the surrounding streets where it's already limited. It's not just an inconvenience, it also opens up, I guess, a bit of a walk down side streets that lead me down to that dead-end street that take me to my home. So this is a very different situation to what I live with today, and it's why my concerns about lighting, security and nighttime activity matter. I've raised these over and over again with the councillors and I've not heard from anyone to date, although Stephen, you did reach out to me the other day. So I guess for me, there's the security concerns which also Council's own report identified about lighting, nighttime gathering and antisocial behaviour. And unfortunately, these are not just statistics, they're actually people. And I don't actually want to become a statistic. because the safety concerns raised before this park was built weren't properly addressed. So my question is, what is council doing about the safety, security and parking around this new park?
Thanks for the question. What I'll do, if it's all right, I'll just put that onto the CEO to get the collective response, because there's a lot of questions that were raised about Bud and Matter tonight. Very good questions, all of them. Roughly, when do you think we'll get a response, CEO, on that, roughly speaking? Like
sometime in the next week or so.
Sometime in the next week or so. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Okay, well, we'll move on to council business reports, unless there's any burning questions. No? Okay. First one up is 7.1, Economic Development Strategy. We've got 3 people registered to speak, so we'll go through them. First up, Jeremy Lawrence, again, Streets Alive. Yarra?
Thanks, Mayor. So my name is Jeremy Lawrence, speaking on behalf of Streets Alive Yarra. The Economic Development Strategy suggests multiple actions, which can be understood as levers that officers can push on to alter an outcome or to get an effect. And each lever can deliver a certain amount of change. That's the size of the lever. And each lever varies in how difficult it is to move. That's the cost of implementing the action. We're disappointed that the draft doesn't compare the various levers to make an effort to estimate the benefit-cost ratio of each one. And we find that very odd for a strategy which is focused on economics. Without that information, it's difficult for residents or councillors to work out whether all the actions are worth supporting. If all the actions were free, then sure, go for it. But they all have opportunity costs. Even worse, the strategy fails to highlight the single biggest lever, which is customers, otherwise known as zoning. The draft does mention population growth in the section Challenges within Council's influence, so the lever is known. Put simply, if double the number of people live near shops, then the viability of those shops will improve. If more people live within walking distance, then shops will see more regular repeat patronage. If more people live in a neighbourhood, then a larger variety of types of businesses can consider setting up. Zoning is something that council controls, and if zoning reforms are supported by the state government, then the minister can greatly reduce the cost and time required for reforms by fast-tracking their gazettal. We know that the state has asked Yarra to show it can zone for approximately double the number of residences by 2050, which tells us that the state is keen to support zoning reforms. So we have in front of us a very large lever that's easy to move, which presents an opportunity so big and so valuable it shouldn't be ignored. And for the sake of local businesses, we urge council to look more closely at that option. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. The next person is Shane Delphine from Wycan.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. Shane Delphine from Yarra Climate Action Now. To be honest, I was shocked and disappointed in equal measure when I read this strategy. How could a document like this emerge from council in 2026? How? We've been assured repeatedly that council has adopted an whole of organisation approach to the climate emergency. A whole of organisation. They will also be impacted by the emergency and will need to adapt, as we all will. The climate emergency clearly needs to find voice in theme 3 of this document, a future-ready economy. Currently, it garners no mention. The lack of any mention of climate emergency in theme 3 is particularly surprising in light of the fact that there's some really worthwhile feedback on this very topic garnered from the panel convened in the Stage 2 consultation for the strategy. The strategy just cannot be adopted in its current form if Council's commitment to bring a whole-of-Council lens to the climate emergency is to have any currency. The strategy needs to be reworked in a climate-informed way.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Meyer.
I've always been a terrible reader of I cannot really read off the notes, but I'll do my best. Be patient with me. I just wanted to thank you, Mayor and the councillors, and also all these people who are here, just they want their voices to be heard. I am David Meyer, and I do acknowledge the Wurundjeri Wurrung people as the traditional owners of this beautiful land that we call it home today. And I pay my respect to the elders past and present. Before I speak about Victoria Street, I want to say something personally.
This is not Victoria Street. This is that's the next agenda item.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So are you speaking on the Victoria Street revitalisation?
Yes, sir.
That's the next agenda item. So I called you. You're registered for the economic development strategy and Victoria Street revitalisation. So maybe if you're only speaking on the Victoria Street, just wait for the next agenda item.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, David. No worries at all. Yeah, correct, yeah. Just for my colleagues' benefit, Mr. Meyer registered for both, and that's why I called him in. Okay, we'll move on to the substance of this agenda item. Are there any questions to officers? First of all, Councillor Aston. So relevant officer can please come to the front. Mary Osman, I believe. Thank you. And then Councillor Aston, just because we're really behind schedule here, if you can just hoe in as soon as you can.
Yep.
Thank you.
I do have a couple.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not trying to, but just don't, no messing around, just get into it. Thank you. Same with you, Councillor Gomez. Thank you.
Hi. Can you just tell me, in terms of achieving enhanced street activation and passive surveillance, which is mentioned in the strategy, how do the increasing number of large development applications by bypassing council and going straight to DTP impact our ability to achieve that objective?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Aston. So for applications that go through the state's development facilitation process, Council has an opportunity to make a submission on these applications, and with the support of Council's urban design team, we provide advice and advocate for better outcomes at the ground floor especially.
Yep. So of the submissions we've made, how often have DTP accepted the recommendations we've made regarding public realm improvements?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. While we have reported in this forum how we are not successful in a number of the conditions that the PDC recommend, with respect to public realm, most of those conditions are included on the ultimate decision that the department makes.
Yep. Regarding facilitating the special rates and charges scheme on Bridge Road, when is the current scheme due to expire, and is there an evaluation process undertaken prior to the end of the scheme?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. The current levy on Bridge Road is until June in 2030, and whilst the evaluation isn't a standard regulatory process, Yarra conducted an evaluation at the end of the previous levy.
On page 28, there's reference to a yearly implementation plan, and on page 29, there's the monitoring and evaluation approach has been detailed. So I just have a question about these. When will we see the first plan, and what happens in terms of activity between now and then? And will the implementation plan include the benefits for each project, and how will progress and benefits achievement be reported to the community?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. Officers are currently working on the implementation plan with key stakeholders to map out the project's responsibilities and delivery pathways. So that implementation plan will be shared at council workshop in the coming months. Planning on several actions is well underway to ensure that progress can be made in year one as soon as the strategy is adopted. The delivery of the year one actions will be delivered within the current operational budget, and the implementation plan will identify where relevant any future projects that will seek budget bids in 27-28. As outlined in the strategy, projects will be developed under the benefits framework, and that will have measures attached to it for evaluation and for benefits, and that'll be reported through, in line with the council policy and framework for reporting, that will be every 6 months progress through community reporting.
Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 questions which I provided to the officers, so hopefully it'll be a quick one. The first one is a simple yes/no answer. Has this strategy been reviewed by the Business Advisory Committee?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. Yes, it has gone to the Business
Second
Advisory
question.
Committee.
Second question. What are the key measurable outcomes from this strategy? What are we trying to achieve with it?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. This strategy builds on Yarra's dynamic and high-performing economy. So we will do this by supporting businesses, precincts and the wider community to continue to thrive. And the key measurable outcomes are that our businesses are connected, confident and future-ready.
And the very last question, I'll skip one. Shane Delphine mentioned about how does this strategy address climate change? Would you provide an answer to that?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Gomez. Yes, the strategy does address climate emergency as it integrates strategic direction from Yarra's climate emergency plan.
And the CEO wants to respond to that third question.
Yeah, I also want to answer that. I think theme 3 does reference, I respect Mr Delphine, but I think it does reference the climate emergency. In fact, the report specifically talks about the climate emergency plan being a key strategic connection to this document. As Mr Delphine said, responding to the climate emergency is something that is deep and broad across the organisation. So read together with a raft of other activities, including Council's grant program and work that we do with businesses to support them to get off grid and to electrify, and all those things need to be read together. And I don't think it is my view that a strategy doesn't need to speak to every single operational practice.
So just for the councillor's benefit, we've got an amended officer recommendation which essentially removes the word support with partner. Oh, sorry, Councillor Davies, go ahead.
Can you just talk to the benefits or the intentions around the new activities that are outlined on page 10, where we have reduced permit triggers for businesses? Can we just talk to that, please, and what the benefits might be?
Through you, Mayor. Councillors, we have reported in this chamber a number of the cutting red tape initiatives that we have undertaken, including a planning scheme amendment that is looking at cutting red tape. So what we are trying to do is to make it easier for business to set up or to change as the community changes, and the economic development team in partnership with the statutory planning team will continue to work with businesses to make sure we can streamline processes as much as we can.
We heard tonight about economic levers and other things like that. I'm just pointing to page 29 where it talks about challenges within council's influence and broader economic challenges outside of council's influence. So I just want to query the couple of first points, because it says on the outside operating costs and cost of living pressures. Through the council, we charge rates. Is that not part of the cost of doing business and influencing the commercial rates? Therefore, it is under council influence that we can affect these items?
CEO wants to answer that one.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Davies. Yes, yep, but as a proportion of and a barrier to establishing or running a business, the percentage of that is so small compared to other insurances, taxes, commercial rents, those kinds of things. I don't think it competes with the items we've allocated there.
Thank you, CEO. I appreciate your response. However, I think to a business, 2.75% increase on rates and 2.75% and above on permits and fees, which is contemplated in the 26-27 budget, does have a significant impact to a business's bottom line. So I do, with respect, believe that those are within our council influence.
Sorry, what's the question?
My question is, why can we not put those into challenges within council's influence with that understanding?
Would anyone like to answer that?
Council could, if you want to, council could certainly move to amend the document to make that change.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so just to remind the councillors, we've got in front of us an a revised officer recommendation, which, as I said before, is replacing support with partner. And we've got an amendment from Councillor Wade to 7.1.
Yes, I'm happy to move that as an amendment if somebody moves the revised officer recommendation or whatever.
Yep. I'm very happy to second that. Just Councillor Crossland wants to second it. That's fine. Yep. Okay. So you're moving the officer recommendation.
Mayor, I'll move the officer recommendation.
Okay. All right. No, I'm not moving the officer recommendation. Yeah. So it's Councillor Gomez is moving the officer recommendation. Have we got a seconder to the officer recommendation? Councillor Crossland. Councillor Wade's got, I'm very happy to second your amendment. Will you accept Councillor Wade's amendment? If we can get it on the screen, if there is a screen here. Without going into the substance, if you could just say for the crowd and for the other councillors what it is, what you're amending, please.
It's just to add some more about climate into the plan. So on page 19, adding the phrase become climate resilience, and on page 25, adding climate change and our changing climate into various points that hopefully people can see on the screen.
Is that acceptable? Yep. Councillor Crossland, is that acceptable? Seconder? Yep. Okay, that becomes part of the incorporated combined motion. Councillor Gomez, you've got 3 minutes to speak starting now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't use up the 3 minutes. It's been a lot of work to try and develop this economic development strategy. I've seen it up close. As chair of the Business Advisory Committee, the team has come to those 10 businesses that make up that committee, have asked them some very detailed questions about what we can do, not to create business conditions for our businesses, but to basically create an environment that helps them succeed. The red tape reduction has been very well received. The general issues around trying to activate our activity centres and, of course, just trying to prepare for the future. These are obvious things. The strategy is great. I thank the officers for all the work they've done. I look forward to the next step, which is to endorse this strategy and then to basically use it as an underlying strategy in which we can come up with a series of initiatives that we can fund in our budgets, that we can advocate to the state government and federal government, and that what we can do basically to help our local business community, of which we all know as a community, they are a vital part of what makes Yarra Yarra. So I endorse this officer recommendation to my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. To start with, I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone that's participated in making this piece of work happen. This strategy has been developed through a substantial review and engagement process, building on several years of feedback and experience under the previous strategy, and also a response in part to several aspects of motions I know I've moved, such as around improving processes for businesses. I can see how it ties to one that Councillor Davies moved, sector, as well as the broader community. And I'd like to also recognise in particular the Business Advisory Committee, who's played a really important role in this piece of work. This strategy represents an important shift for Council, who's historically been around more supporting businesses in a standard approach, to actively seeking to shape the conditions for a stronger local economy. Throughout our precincts, the planning processes, investment and traction, nighttime economy, and support for future-ready businesses. This includes a stronger economic role for Council, so moving beyond business support to actively shaping Yarra's economic future. cutting red tape and making it easier for businesses to start, operate and grow in Yarra, including better navigating council's processes. Stronger precincts, so supporting our local shopping strips and activity centres through activation of events, improved public spaces and stronger trader networks. Tourism and investment, positioning Yarra as a destination and actively attracting investment, businesses and jobs, and helping businesses to be future ready so they can respond to technology changes and other economic shifts and factors. I'd also like to thank Yarra Climate Action Now for identifying an opportunity to strengthen aspects of this piece of work from a climate change and climate resilient perspective that's been sought to be addressed where possible through the amendments that have been moved this evening. I appreciate no document is perfect. I think this is a really good step in the right direction, and there's always opportunity for further learnings and for those to be addressed as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the work that has gone into this from officers and councillors and committees. I just want to pull out a couple of things that I think are might have been missed by some people, but I think are really important and special, and I can see how they could really benefit Clifton Hill and the Queen's Parade Strip, where we, over the last decade, have seen more and more businesses close and more vacant shopfronts, and also change in the sorts of businesses there. So the vacant shopfront activation program, which I remember seeing parts of in Darebin Council, I'm really excited about what this might mean. It could be a great opportunity for local artists or local students to work alongside with council and with shop owners to assist with the transformation of vacant shopfronts while they remain vacant for the myriad of reasons that we know that they sometimes are vacant for. The protecting commercial and industrial zones to protect existing businesses. We know that we need to grow in Yarra, and building more homes is a big part of that, but there are some really important parts of our city, and I really want to highlight particularly where we've got tram zones and train zones, but businesses that play a huge role in other business development. One that comes to mind is Bakehouse, which is on Hoddle Street. So many musicians get their start there, and then existing musicians go back there to do their work and to record their albums. They're such a vibrant part of our city. Commercial and industrial zones, or commercial zones for this part, is vital for the survival of businesses that are leased, that we may not know are leased because they've become such a big part of our community. So I wanted to pull that bit out, and also thank you for the amendments. I think it is true that so much of what we do at Yarra has a climate lens on it. We were one of the first councils to declare a climate emergency, but last year and the year before that, have been involved in the Students Take the Mic program at Yarra, and the one thing that they want to talk about, not in the world but in their local area, is preparing for what a change in climate means for them as they grow up here. And in particular, this will go until 2031. Students that spoke last year about their ideas about the need for climate action to be part of everything that we do at Yarra will be 20 and 21 by the end of this strategy. So thank you for those amendments. I think that there's a whole lot of really exciting stuff in here and some important protections, and I'm really pleased to support it tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Aston.
Yep. I think Sarah raised a really good point there, that while we do need to ensure we have enough places to develop housing, protecting our economic zones is where we haven't had that kind of protection for economic activity. You have actually seen those activity centres decline. So I think the benefit of this strategy is that rather than having sort of random initiatives be proposed, we have a strategic approach that will see targeted, benefit-informed projects to inform economic development across the city over the next 5 years. So I'm really keen to see this approved, and I really look forward to seeing the next stage in terms of the implementation plans and seeing on-the-ground change in our activity centres and beyond over the next 5 years.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Councillor Wade.
Very briefly, thanks officers, heaps of work, echo the others. I just wanted to briefly note to Mr Delphine, I think the CEO answered your question quite well, like, you know, climate is integral in this, but I think these additions of these words act as a bit of a red flag to anybody reading it. Hey, look, I need to look at the climate documentation as well. So that's why we've added those, and I support everything that's been said.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Okay, Councillor Gomez, right of reply? No amendment. It has been amended. There is no right of reply. Okay, we go straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? That's carried as 8-1. Moving on to Victoria Street Revitalisation Plan.
Could I?
Yeah, I voted against.
Could I just suggest a procedural thing? My understanding is that there are some children here from Princess Hill Primary. Is that correct? I'm just wondering if councillors would mind moving that one
100%.
up.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, and thank you for your patience. I hope you weren't too bored. We're moving straight on to...
I'm happy to move a procedural motion to move 7.3 up.
Okay, so we've got a procedural motion for Councillor Wade to move 7.3 up to 7.2, to swap 7.3, 7.2. So if you're here for Victoria Street Revitalisation, you have to wait a little bit longer if this gets up. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Harrison. Any discussion on that? All those in favour? That is passed unanimously. So we're going to go straight to 7.3, which is safer streets for schools, Princess Hill Primary School. I've got 16 registered speakers, so you'll get 2 minutes each, because there's more than 10, you get 2 minutes only. So those of you who are here who are children that are speaking, or with kids, can you put your hands up, please? Yeah, will one of you come to the front, please? Yeah, either one, yeah, thank you. Oh, good, just take a seat, and when you get, there's a button on that thing and it'll turn the red light on and then we can hear you.
Is that?
Yep, and then the other, are you both speaking or just you?
We're both speaking.
Well, then he should press his button too. Thank you, and just set your name and then you've got 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yep, I'll start. Hello everyone, my name is Elspeth.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I'm representing the point of view of the students on the Safer Streets for Schools proposal. I am the school captain of Princess Hill Primary School for this year, and I'm part of the Junior School Council. The PHPS Junior School Council last year worked a lot on the Ride to School program because their goals were around inclusivity and making people feel safe and welcome when they come to school. The PHPS students are overall supportive of the Safer Streets proposal because it will encourage people to be active on their way to school and get them to exercise. This will help with their well-being and feeling ready and calm for the school day because they use up some energy and now they're ready to learn. And the idea of making the space a bit more environmentally friendly with all the planter boxes and trees will draw people's attention to the nature that makes our neighbourhood a nice place to be. The Safer Streets project also complements our school wayfinding project, which is a project that helps to make our school easier to navigate for parents, students and teachers on arrival. The plan that we made for this project will be able to support the redesigning of the street, making it purposeful and able to be enjoyed by the whole local community. The proposal might impact the amount of traffic that passes through Wilson Street, because if we turn it into a one-way lane, it might cause more congestion for any of the parents who can't ride or walk to school. Careful consideration of everyone's needs, I think, should be taken into account. Thank you for this opportunity to present the view of the students for this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Elspeth. That was great. You're next.
Good evening. My name is Finn. I'm a Year 6 student of Princess Hill and I'm a junior school council leader. I'm one of the people representing our school for the Ride to School project. It has come to our attention that the way to school is unsafe and possibly dangerous. My view is that the Ride to School project is a great, and from experience I know the streets are not safe. The footpaths are narrow and the crossing the street is hard enough even with the crossing guards. It is just too crowded. It won't be long before a kid or adult is fatally injured, but with the expansion of the streets, it will really open up the pathways, giving a better experience to everyone riding and walking. Not only that, a safe place is a welcoming and inclusive place, right? and the Safer Streets to School project will help welcome and join the community. The expanded footpaths will give an open, welcoming feel, and just imagine when you're walking it down, you don't feel stressed or crowded, you can just take your time. It would also be a great chance to meet people you have things in common like riding. In the plans, it'll say there'll be a nature strip and a bit of plant life is always nice. Currently, the footpath gets a view of the back of all the buildings and grass. It's not the most welcoming sight. For a new family walking in, you want a good first impression. Finally, it will help the environment. At Princess Hill, we want climate change action, and this will do just so. The proposed ideas will help parents to walk and ride, and it will save money. Riding and walking is free. Thank you for listening to my speech, and I hope you take it into consideration. Have a nice evening.
Thank you both. Thank you. That's amazing. Are there any other students from the school that want to speak? Anyone else? No? Okay, well, we'll just go back to the original list, which is starting off with D-Day Ditchik, if I pronounced that surname correct. If I haven't, you can correct it when you get up. Just turn one of them off and the one that you're sitting on, leave on, please. You've got 2 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I particularly thank Mayor Jolly and Councillor Gomez for listening to residents last week at Redmond Park Retirement Village. I've lived here for 20 years and I'm a father of a prep student at Princess Hill Primary, and I strongly oppose this proposal. We have been told this is about student safety. I asked council staff how many traffic incidents had occurred near the school in the past 5 years. I was told there had been 2. That was incorrect. Council's own data shows the only car and pedestrian collision occurred 5 years ago, several blocks from the school. Princess Hill Primary is already one of the safest schools in the state. The crossing supervisors do an excellent job. There is no bike safety crisis here. What this proposal will do is create new problems where currently none exist. Losing 28 car spaces and turning Wilson Street into a one-way loop will hurt emergency and care access for residents of the Wilson Street housing estate that the Mayor has so eloquently supported, and for the residents of Redmond Park Retirement Village, people who, given their needs, cannot afford delayed response times. The school's actual concerns appear to be a short section of narrow footpath and more teacher parking. Those can be fixed without this spider scheme. As a parent, I can tell you, removing those spaces will create more chaotic, unsafe drop-offs and push higher traffic volumes onto Cassar Place. There will be more accidents, and residents will remember who voted for this. If there is no real safety problem, if the housing estate and retirement village do not want this, and if local ratepayers do not want this, then who does? Is council beholden to a cabal of militant bikies who don't live in the ward? Or will you listen to the local community as Mayor Jolly and Councillor Gomez have begun to? Or is the train already on the tracks?
Thank you. Your time has run out. Thanks for your submission. The next person is John Lirachi. John's not here. We'll move on to Alexander. Oh, John is here. Yep. Thank you, sir. You've got 2 minutes starting now. Thank you.
John Arachi, I live opposite the Princess Hill Primary School. Thank you, Mayor Jolly and Councillor Gomez for your time last week at Redmond Park, and also Councillor Crosland for responding to my email overnight. I'm here in objection of the proposal. In the interest of time, I'll try and cover 4 points very quickly. First of all, with regard to the consultation process, I think it inadequately notified residents. In actual fact, many of the residents only heard about these proposed changes in recent weeks, and that was done by word of mouth. So in the report, it states the number of yes/no votes. I think it doesn't represent the actual resident voices. I'd just like to state my support for my neighbours in Wilson Street. I live on the other side of the school. The residents of Redmond Park and the public housing in Solly Avenue, they'll have loss of car spaces and restricted access, as the gentleman. Park Street, Pigden Street, McElwraith Street, and Lygon Street. So in that little area, the only access into those 200 dwellings via Royal Parade or Sydney Road is either via Park Street or a one-way street out of McElwraith Street. By blocking Park Street, about 200 dwellings will have traffic forced either down Keeley Lane or onto Lygon Street. I believe that will raise risks
30 seconds
significantly for particularly residents in Keeley Lane, as residents walk straight out of their property into the laneway, and there'll be an increased flow of traffic through that area. The last point I want to raise, Mayor, is with regard to the proposal to have a trial or temporary installation. I have reservations that the decision will be reversed or will not be reversed if we go forward with a trial, and that substandard temporary installations will be placed and there won't be funding to replace them in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, John. Alexander Mustafa? Alexander Mustafa, are you here? Okay, moving on to Ruth Jones. Redmond Park Retirement Living. Welcome, Ruth.
Thank you.
Your 2 minutes start now.
My name's Ruth Jones, and I'm from Redmond Park Retirement Living on Pigden Street, Princess Hill. We are directly across the road from the school over Wilson Street. Like everyone here tonight, I am very concerned that children should be safe getting to and from school. I understand that a huge amount of work was undertaken with the school students and their parents to put this proposal together. However, the school is part of the broader community in Princess Hill, and that community was not involved in the development of this proposal. We only got to hear about it after it was documented. Our subsequent feedback does not appear to have had any impact on the plans, although I think a number of other options would have ensured safer school travel without being so disruptive to the local community. For Redmond Park residents, the impact of losing 28 parking spaces is very significant. We have a considerable number of visitors on a regular basis to provide care and support for residents. They come from all over the city and need to use cars to get here, so parking is essential. Making Wilson Street one way will mean that we can no longer turn right onto to access onto Pigden Street. We will have to go up Wilson Street and therefore increase the amount of traffic running past schools and going down Arnold Street, which is used by high school students. Richmond Park service vehicles, including rubbish collection trucks, will have difficulty making the turns. I'm very disappointed that as residents in this community, we've not been able to have our impact.
Thanks, Ruth. Your time is run out. Katerina Panettiere. Katerina, are you here? No? Okay, Michael Glover. Thank you, Michael. Once you grab a seat, we'll start the 2 minutes. Take your time.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, this proposal doesn't improve children's safety. Children can safely access the Princess Hill Primary School by entrances in McCoolway Street, Pigden Street and Wilson Street. There are well-staffed school crossings at Pigden Street, Wilson Street and Park Street. There have been no safety issues. The proposal will disadvantage children by removing 28 car parking spaces used by teachers and by others. Some teachers will move to other schools without parking. Low-income residents of Wilson Street public housing, visiting healthcare workers, carers and relatives will suffer as a result of the theft of 28 car parking spaces. Students of the Princess Hill Secondary College will be subject to more traffic going and coming from school, and as a result of more diverted traffic due to road closures. There's an excellent existing portion of green open space with a lawn, trees, bird home boxes and seating adjacent to the McIlwace entrance to the school. This is excellent. In Wilson Street is not needed and will be inferior. Any pilot must enable cars exiting Redmond Park to turn right into Pigden Street, otherwise the drivers will be forced to travel further along long, narrow roads. Any work on the pilot must be temporary and easily undone. The cost should be minimal.
Thank you, Michael. The next person is James Webber.
Thank you. My name is Jim Webber. I'm a resident at Redmond Park. My background is in road planning and town planning. I worked for 30 years at Vic Roads and then became a Deputy Secretary in Victoria's Department of Infrastructure. Got two issues: further consultation, which I strongly support, and the sort of issues that I think need further coverage, certainly Cassar Place, even the existing crossing at Park Street. Generally, supervised crossings have a very good safety record, not just in Victoria but also in Queensland. My third issue is what I think is a real problem, and that's the Inner Circle Rail Trail. Next issue, there's a potential with a wide nature strip on the east side of Wilson Street for an off-road cycle path. Michael's already talked about exiting from Redmond Park. There's no reason why that can't be done with no adverse effect at all on the school children. And my final area is, again, the issue about 4-hour car parks. These consultations...
30 seconds.
Yep. Need to be widely publicised, much more inclusive rather than separate discussions with each stakeholder, and they certainly should be held indoors rather than in the street. I'm suggesting 3 amendments to the officer recommendations. The key one is conduct a road safety audit, not by Stantec but by an independent
James, your time has run out. Thank you. Joy Linton.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name's Joy Linton. I'm a ratepayer and I live in Princes Hill. I object to the proposed closure of Park Street and the conversion of Wilson Street and Solly Avenue to one-way and the associated parking loss that comes with it. This proposal does not reflect the concerns of residents that have been raised through the community consultation. The risk analysis in the paper before you, that the officers report, actually only identified one risk to council, and that was a reputational one if you don't spend the money on the new deal for schools funding. It does not identify any of the safety risks associated with traffic diversions, risks that are real to the diverse and vulnerable people in our wider neighbourhood. And while it's understandable that the officers want to spend the allocated funds, I get that, it's not a good enough reason for elected councillors to sign off on a plan of this size against significant community opposition. Because the diverted traffic isn't risk-free. Council's own 2 versions of the traffic assessment report disagree on exactly how much extra traffic will go down Arnold and Pigden streets, but on either figure it is substantial, potentially an extra 1,000 vehicles a day along Pigden Street alone. These streets are used daily by high school students walking and cycling to school.
30 seconds.
By cyclists leaving the linear bike path at Garton Street, already a known problem location. It's home to the elderly residents who rely on nearby parking and the adjacent housing community, the forgotten people, as you rightly call them, who've had no agency in this process. You're elected to represent the whole community, not just the primary school that this plan is framed around, and I ask you to weigh the lived experience of everybody affected, particularly the most vulnerable, before you vote. I'm asking you tonight to defer the pilot.
The next person is Warren Linton.
And Solly Avenue to one-way and the loss of associated parking that comes with it. Residents raised these concerns through Council's own consultation process. That feedback was clear. The broader community does not want these changes, and this plan goes too far. When feedback is this consistent, Council can't tweak the edges and move on. It needs to listen. Every design option on the table closes a street, converts 2 streets to one-way, removes parking and pushes traffic onto Arnold and Picton streets instead. That's a significant reshaping of a whole neighbourhood. And Council's own traffic report shows every intersection here currently operates at an excellent level of service, with 5 years of crash data showing no cluster of incidents. There is no evidence of a problem that justifies a change this drastic for the neighbourhood. The cost falls hardest on those least able to absorb it, older residents, many of whom are here, who rely on unrestricted parking near their homes, and neighbours on Arnold and Pigden streets, who did nothing to invite hundreds of extra vehicle movements past their homes every day. This is overreach, a disproportionate response to the problem it claims to solve at real cost to residents and ratepayers. More modest, targeted measures haven't genuinely been considered. I'm asking Council to defer the pilot and go back to the community with genuinely proportional options, ones that don't involve road closures, one-way streets or major loss of parking. This is billed as a new deal for schools, but for the residents of Princess Hill, it's simply a bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Fiona Bell. Is Fiona Bell here?
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I'm a long-term resident of Princess Hill, just up the road from there. I'm very strongly opposed to these road closures and one-way streets. I think that, the initial consultation I thought was very substandard, and most of it, lots of people didn't even know anything about it. I think it's only a notional idea about it adding safety. There's only been one pedestrian accident in the last 5 years, and that was on a Saturday. The proposed closures would reduce accessibility, reduce parking, cause inconvenience and waste a lot of time. There's already a supervised crossing, footpaths, dedicated cycle paths and speed humps, so a lot of the children are already very safe in being able to ride and walk to school. The closure of Park Street and the one-way things will cause traffic congestion to go elsewhere, which will create problems in itself. It'll also reduce accessibility to Redmond Park, the North Carlton Railway House and the public housing estate, including for sometimes needed emergency vehicles. There's the loss of 28 parking spaces also will be detrimental on days that Princes Park and Icon Park have events, as people often park just anywhere, including in permit zones, and often without getting a fine. The small amount of extra green space is very minimal, and I think it's a poor game for the majority of people in Princes Hill. So overall, I would ask you to please defer the pilot scheme and review the whole process, because I think it's quite unnecessary and very expensive.
Thank you, Fiona. The next person is Esme Cup.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Dr Esme Capp and I'm the principal of Princess Hill Primary School. I speak tonight on behalf of the school and together with the school council president, who is currently at our school's choir performance at Melbourne Town Hall. As a school, our priority is student safety. We want children to have a genuine choice to walk, ride or scoot to school. Active travel supports health, independence and community connection, and a strong connection with our community is an important part of our school mission. We thank Council for the work invested in this project, the school program, the street trials, the technical analysis and the community consultation. School can teach reducing conflict with vehicles and making it a safer connection to the linear parklands. It supports the Council's new deals for school broader transport strategy and also reflects the Department of Education's active schools approach, which encourages schools and councils to work together to make safe routes for walking and cycling. We are encouraged by the strength of the support from our school community. The school council
30 seconds.
The school council sees this as a considered long-term investments in the school and the wider community. We respectfully ask council to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Ken Gardner.
Thanks, councillors. I mean, obviously we all want a safe neighbourhood and a safe process for our children to get to and from school. But I was previously involved in a traffic management safety study run by the council in Princes Hill, and this was not identified as the key safety hazard area, others were. And the proposition that's been put up does not demonstrate a problem or a safety issue that requires a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year road closure and the removal of existing parking. The proposal transfers much of the pick-up drop-off traffic from Wilson Street to McElroy Street, which is already congested. And unless you open up the part of McElroy Street that you closed as part of a similar exercise many years ago to make it a two-way street, this proposal will force most of the traffic up the laneways. So it'll come up Keeley Lane, Bougainville Place, and in Holston Street West. And the laneways are not set up to handle that sort of traffic. They're not wide enough. And many people have doors that open straight onto the laneway. The parking problems for non-permit holders, and there are many in that area, and for visitors are extremely serious and are ignored. We are the forgotten people, the people that don't have parking permits, and the whole area suffers from the teacher parking and the parking from the NICA training school, so that parking is non-existent Monday to Thursday, 7 a.m. till about 4 p.m. So I don't think this proposition meets the threshold for a trial. It should be rejected, and I think the council should go back to consulting with the community properly.
Thank you, Ken. Nicholas Tyrrell.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Nicholas Tyrrell. I'm here to present. I represent the Princes Hill Primary School Council, and we support the proposed safety improvements to Wilson Street. Over the last couple of years, the Yarra Council has worked with the school council and staff and students to promote active travel through behavioural change, and it seems to be working. We actually regularly have up to 60% of kids using active travel to school, which is actually an increase in the last couple of years. And this is really high compared to a lot of schools around Melbourne and across Australia. These infrastructure changes will continue this really good work and make these changes permanent and safer for years to come. So 2 minutes not long to list the amount of benefits for choosing to walk, ride or scoot to school over driving, but I'll try. So there's the health benefits of kids and adults doing incidental exercise. There's the reduced negative health impacts with vehicular nitrous oxide from tailpipes, leaving electric cars produce aerosols, plus the noise pollution. There's the educational benefits. Exercise in the morning helps children with their learning. There's the cost benefits to the parents. Cars and petrol are expensive. And then there are community benefits which are harder to define. Arriving at school by walking through the neighbourhood allows children to be part of the community and see and learn about their community, which gives children the freedom to travel around the community and through our neighbourhood. So this proposal is about deciding whether we want to encourage people to walk and ride and reduce the amount of traffic in Princes Hill.
30 seconds.
So for the sake of the school kids and the community, I hope that the council chooses the health and freedom of our children over the convenience of car drivers.
Thank you. And the final person is Nicole Turner. Nicole, are you here? Yep. You got 2 minutes starting now.
I'm a current member of both the Community Engagement and Sustainability subcommittees. We're here to provide support for the Excellent Safer Streets for Schools initiative led by the City of Yarra. As regular bike riders and part of a strong bike riding community at Princess Primary School, we believe the proposed changes will unequivocally improve bike and pedestrian safety and improve overall amenity of the area. Our son Henry is starting to ride solo to school. His safety is, of course, our #1 priority. And I, with other parents, have personally witnessed confusion and chaos between bike riders and cars during busy drop-off and pickups. Children are particularly vulnerable during these busy times. We know that their peripheral vision and decision-making are still developing as they're learning to navigate the busy world around them. Initiatives such as the Safe Streets that encourage children and adults to increase physical exercise and reduce reliance on cars is a win for public health and environment. Having said that, one of the main benefits to the community will be the safety of children, safety for drivers, and indeed all other road users. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So, councillors, have we got any questions to officers? Deputy Mayor Harrison, Mr. Exxon, or they're coming. Thank you, officers. We might need an extra chair. Phil, we might need to just grab a chair from the front row. Deputy Mayor Harrison, just please go ahead.
Okay, so in front of me this evening is an alternate motion which has been prepared by Councillor Gomez. I'd like officers to comment on the costs of the additional items that are actually mentioned here. So specifically, it mentions at item 2 here, temporary 8-month pilot installation and the removal of that. There's also a suggestion at 2F about installing a speed hump and signage at the entrance to Cassar Place. So can officers just comment on the cost of that, please?
Officers, please.
Through you, Mayor. The cost of roughly of a sign and speed bump would be minimal, would potentially below $5,000. And that would include the cost of installation. The cost of removing the pilot would depend on the infrastructure that's installed, and it could range anywhere between $30,000 and $50,000.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to officers? Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I have one basic question. What are we trying to achieve with this trial, and are we going to have the data to measure whether we've achieved it?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The overall objective of the project is to create safer and calmer local streets outside the school and in the wider community to make it easier for people, especially kids and parents, to walk, ride or scoot to school safely. There are a number of other partial objectives to that, including improving the real and perceived road safety for everyone, providing more safe spaces for parents, kids and the wider community to use outside the school gates, and reducing or eliminating dangerous vehicle movements and parking directly outside school gates as well. And there are several others outlined in the report.
Thank you. Any other questions at this stage? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. Be 1 second. My first one would be, can officers please confirm that emergency services have been engaged with, and if so, whether they've raised concerns around access with the proposed pilot?
Through you, Mayor. So as part of our standard process for consultation, we contact the emergency services. They haven't raised any issues with us. Access for emergency services will be maintained, albeit it may look slightly different in terms of local access, but they still will have access.
And got a couple of other questions. If I may add. Oh. Yep, please go ahead, yeah. Oh, sorry, Mr. Exxon, you want to add to that? Yep.
Sorry, just very quickly to add to that as well, under the Victorian road rules, emergency services vehicles can disregard road rules if required to access a place in case of an emergency.
Councillor Crossland, please continue.
Thank you. There's some concern regarding school drop-offs occurring on the west side of Wilson Street with this proposal. As part of the pilot, could you outline what's intended to address this, including what the school might be doing?
Current short-term parking on the east side of Wilson Street will remain there and just be shifted across to what would become the east side of parking, of what is currently the median parking. So those short-term drop-off bays would remain, but on the east side. So children wouldn't have to cross Wilson Street, they would be on the school side already. And there would be a range of other measures taken to encourage drop-offs and pickups on the other school gates, and we'll be working with the school to educate parents and the wider community about those arrangements to make sure that people are aware of those. So encouraging pickups, drop-offs to occur away from Wilson Street as well.
Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. Could officers please outline the likes of what information and data is intended to be collected through this process to help inform what might be determined at the end of the pilot?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. A couple of different data sets, including the volume and speed of motor vehicle traffic, and not just on Wilson Street, but also the surrounding precinct. The volume and speeds of people walking, cycling and scooting through the area, community feedback as well throughout the stages of the pilot, car parking usage, again including on surrounding streets, as well as any crash data or information. And this would be captured again before the trial, in midway through the pilot, and also at the conclusion of the pilot to make sure that we are comparing data sets. And this would all be reported to councillors and the community on a regular basis.
Councillor Crossan, is that it?
I think I've got one more, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Some of the submissions wanted council to explore the opportunity of retaining a two-way nature to the south end of Wilson Street to allow vehicular access to exit out onto Picton Street. Could you please talk to what may be possible or not be possible? From my understanding, there are challenges around how that would impact the operation of the intersection.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So we did look at this proposal quite closely, and this isn't supported by the external consultants or our own traffic engineers. This is primarily due to road safety issues that would be caused by that due to an increase of U-turning vehicles, and the space required to allow these U-turns would also require further car parking spaces to be removed from Wilson Street. And for these reasons, the option was not pursued.
Just to add to that, Councillor, it would increase the number of lanes at the northern round of the Picton Street roundabout to 2. Under the opposite proposal, it would be 1 lane and single moving traffic northbound, so it would effectively double the length of the pedestrian crossing at that roundabout, where there are a number of school children using it.
Councillors, okay, so I've got 2 amendments here. I've got an amendment from Councillor Gomez and one from the Ward Councillor, Councillor Crossland. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they've been merged. Councillor Crossland, can you help me out here, please?
Yes, I'm happy to move an amended motion that merges both the intent of these.
Councillor Gomez, you second that?
Yes, I've worked with governance to merge them together to an alternate.
So just please tell me if I've got this wrong, Councillor Crossland. So you're moving the officer recommendation with an amendment as worked by yourself and Councillor Gomez as well. Yes. So before you speak to that, I'm going to ask you to just explain in what way, shape or form you're amending, what the gist of your amendment, your joint amendment is to the officer recommendation, please. And if you can get it on the screen, or if the governance can get it on the screen. It is on the screen, actually. So Councillor Crossan, you're not speaking to it, you're just telling us what it is. Yeah, please.
Sure thing. Thank you. So there'd be a change at point 2 so that it's clear that, oh, sorry, could we please go back to the previous screen? Thank you. That the community consultation and that the pilot will be for 8 months. At 2F, to install a speed bump and a local traffic only sign at the entrance of Castle Place to discourage vehicular through traffic travelling from Wilson Street to McIlwraith or McIlwraith, however you prefer to say it, Street. 2G, convert the 2P parking on Park Street between Wilson Street and McIlwraith Street to 4P to offset the removal of long-stay following its installation, specifically Park Street and Wilson Street to be restored to pre-pilot status, the 4P parking on Park Street between Wilson Street and McIlwraith Street to be changed back to 2P. Any other changes associated with the pilot will be restored to pre-pilot status. It then seeks to investigate the installation of wheel stops for the angled parking on the west side of McIlwraith Street to prevent vehicle overhang of the pavement. And at point 3, request that as part of any permanent treatment, investigate the installation of a zebra crossing on Wilson Street at the intersection with Picton Street to the north of the roundabout. It seeks to then remove the current 38.7 and replace it with requests a report to a council meeting in Q1 of the 2027-2028 financial year, outlining the results of the pilot, including pre- and post-pilot measures of safety outcomes, active travel outcomes, traffic and parking improvements, community acceptance, and public space and placement outcomes. Then a new 9, requests during consideration of any permanent treatment, provide a briefing to councillors on the feasibility and potential options for separate north-south walking and cycling paths adjacent to North Carlton Railway and Edward House between Wilson Street and Park Street.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, so I'm going to ask you to move the motion, the amended motion, and you'll have 3 minutes, Councillor Crossland, starting now.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to everyone that's participated in the engagement for this proposal thus far. Those that have met with me, emailed me, have shared their views and feedback, both with myself and the broader councillor group. I'd particularly like to say thank you to everyone that's made submission this evening, in particular the younger members of our community who have spoken to this matter, for whom this might be their first council meeting, which I hope you do come back for other matters in future. At its heart, this proposal is about piloting an approach to making the streets around Princes Hill Primary School safer, more accessible and more welcoming for people to ride, walk, wheel and scoot to school. I think it's important to note the intent is broader than this. It's about encouraging and helping kids, their families and carers to live healthier, more active lives. Through the engagement process, we've heard a range of views. There are concerns around parking, traffic management, access and potential impacts on surrounding streets, alongside support for improving safety and the walking around, cycling outcomes in proximity of the school and broader area. The officer recommendations, as explored through the officer report, sought to address matters raised during the different community member proposals and engagements. Where possible, changes have been made in several instances in response. I do genuinely appreciate the concern raised by community members and had actively considered these and engaged with staff around whether there are different approaches or not. And I've asked several questions tonight that outline some of those responses. I will also note, and I think it is important to do so, that while these changes will impact some parking, and there will be changes, Princes Hill Primary School Precinct, and Princes Hill more broadly, has more on-street parking than pretty much any other school precinct in Yarra, and many others have broader range of surrounding demands. I'm not saying that means that we should just get rid of parking, I'm just saying it's important to reflect on how it works in different school precincts. My amendment seeks to build on the officer recommendations and respond to some of the matters that have been raised. Thank you. On traffic and access, on pedestrian and cyclist safety, on parking and accessibility. Importantly, this is a pilot. It's not a permanent decision. The 8-month pilot gives us an opportunity to test the proposal in the real world, monitor traffic, speeds, parking and walking and cycling improvements, monitor and continue to listen to the community and make adjustments where necessary. I think it's important to be proactive as opposed to reactive.
One sentence, please.
It shouldn't take an accident involving someone particular child for council to do something. So therefore, I encourage my colleagues to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor.
I went to school my entire life, from primary school to university. Parents should feel that children can ride to school safely. We also are councillors. We have to take net community benefit into account. The loss of 28 car parks, the inconvenience to the community, the loss of parking for local workers is an important issue. So Councillor Crossland and I have tried to square the circle. We've made it very explicitly clear that this is a pilot. So do it for 6 to 8 months, and I've made sure that in there, at the end of the trial, we will be dismantling it, and we'll be looking at the data to make sure there's any merit in going forward. I'm a bit concerned about the potential lack of reach for the community consultation. During the trial and evaluation of it is the opportunity for the community to have their say in a widespread way if we either abandon it or we make it permanent. There are some specific amendments I've tried to make. I've tried to find more parking for you. I've tried to also protect Cassar Place, because when the residents walk me through the area, I can see how that could potentially become an unsafe rat run for people seeking to travel to the east, avoid the closure on Park Street. So I'm hoping that my amendments try to address that. Essentially, a short trial, a trial with real data, an assessment of that data, a protection for the local community in terms of Cassar Place, and to try and find some parking to replace the lost parking. Hopefully, that's good enough for a purpose of a trial. I endorse this amendment or alternate motion to my fellow councillors. I'm not sure how this will vote tonight, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. Would any other councillors like to speak on this matter? Councillor Wade.
I will just briefly, just to say that I think one thing that hasn't really been, it was raised, I think, a little bit by the man who was speaking on behalf of Nicole Turner, but part of this is about children's autonomy. It's about like trying to enable that situation where I think Councillor Gomez just spoke to this well, like a lot of us walked and cycled to school when we were kids, and what we're seeing now is an environment where lots of parents don't feel comfortable letting their kids walk or cycle, and certainly not on their own. And it's really important for kids' development to be able to do things like that on their own as they get older. And what's really exciting about this project is we're giving kids an opportunity during this trial period, and depending what happens ongoing, to have those kind of opportunities to do that, to do what we all did when we were younger. And I think it's really cool that we all get to be a part of that, and we all get to be a part of this situation where maybe we're giving something back to kids that we had ourselves. So I really hope we can work through any issues during this pilot program. I'm like excited to keep hearing from people about what can make it better and what needs to be done. So thank you to everybody who's come tonight. I know it's out of your way and it's a cold, dark evening, so thank you for coming.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Any other councillor like to speak? Councillor Davies.
I probably agree with the sentiments expressed by Councillor Wade and Councillor Gomez. But I do also hear the local community, and I think one of the gentlemen who got up and spoke and mentioned a road safety study made a really good point, and I thank you for coming in, residents, and making your points. It was very well received. I think I also thank the principal of the school. I can totally understand the need and the goal of safety and opening up the area for kids. I've got 3 kids, I get it. They've all ridden to school, I get all that. But the thing that really sort of sits at the heart of the issue tonight for me is I don't see clear support. I don't see a majority. And I think we really need to have a majority of local communities on board with this. We need to bring the community with us. And I can see that there's a lot of things here that we've done. There's a lot of, I'm looking at the measurements up here, clearly neutral, opposed. I think we need to take a small step back to achieve something for everyone together. Take a small step back, have a look at it, do a road safety study, go back into it, more engagement with the local residents who are affected today. The minute that pilot goes in, you'll be affected today. But absolutely, we want the school to get the benefit and the families to get the benefit of the overall long-term benefit of that as well. I'm totally into that, but I think we need to take a small step back to take a longer step together. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Deputy Mayor Harrison.
Look, I'm only just going to speak briefly on this. It does concern me that there were segments of the community and perhaps some who were quite vulnerable who deal with the changes that are made, people who have carers coming to their properties to assist them with their day-to-day needs. And so I'm not able to support this evening. I think we need to think about this.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? No? I don't think there's a right of reply because it's an amended. Is it just get some, it's not amended, so there is a right of reply. I've just been advised by Governance Manager. So Councillor Crossland, you've got 2 minutes to give a right of reply. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think I've said everything I needed to say. Thank you.
Okay, so we just vote on this one. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Gomez, Ho, McKenzie, Jolly, Crossland and Wade. Those opposed, Davies, Harrison, Deputy Mayor Harrison, I should say, and Councillor Aston, Councillor Davies. So that is passed by 6 votes to 3. Thank you all for coming. I'm just going to ask my colleagues, do you want a 5-minute break? Yes. Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break and we'll come straight back for Victoria Street revitalisation. Revitalisation Plan. Can those people who are leaving please stop talking until you've left the building? Because we can't do the meeting while you're chin-wagging. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So we've got a quorum. We're going to kick on. The first person that registered to speak, we're on the 7.2. We've gone back to 7.2. We've got 6 people registered to speak. The first person, so you'll get 3 minutes, not 2, is Herschel Landis.
Thank you, Mayor.
Herschel, oh yes, sorry, you've done it.
For me, the first question in any revitalisation project should be very simple. Who does this street serve and how can we help serve those people better? Victoria Street is an interface street. It brings together increasingly affluent parts of Abbotsford, Richmond and North Richmond with one of the most vulnerable communities. It connects public and private housing, migrant communities and new residents, traders, visitors, prosperity and disadvantage. And sometimes great inner streets are gritty. Revitalisation should make Victoria safer, healthier and prosperous. But revitalising Victoria Street does not mean we should seek to sanitise it. Council's own consultation shows Victoria Street's challenges are complex and are interconnected, from vacant shops, ageing buildings to safety, cleanliness and visible drug activity. There is no single cause and there is no single solution. Against that complexity, the MSIR has again been a convenient political scapegoat. It did not create North Richmond's drug problem. It was established because people were dying, and it continues to save lives and provide care to a highly vulnerable population. More importantly, we have all been there before. The 2020 peacemaking process identified community polarisation in North Richmond and warned against reducing complex issues to simple for and against camps. Yet 5 years later, we saw the noodles, not needles rallies and counter-rallies with councillors participating. And what did we learn? And how does this reigniting that polarisation help revitalise Victoria Street? There is a better approach. Invest in people as well as place. Invest in buildings, businesses, safety and amenity, but also in the organisations and people accumulated with local knowledge and experience. Support practical initiatives that provide safe and social places where vulnerable people can meet, connect and access support, improving individual wellbeing while reducing the pressure on surrounding public spaces.
15 seconds. I'll give you an extra 15 because I forgot to give you the 30. So I'll give you a bit extra.
We need enforcement and compassion, economic renewal and social support, investment in buildings and investment in people. Victoria Street sits at the interface of prosperity and disadvantage. Its future should not be built by deciding which part of that community belongs here and which should be somewhere else. You cannot revitalise a street while continuing to polarise the community that lives and works in it. Real vitalisation means investing in people as well as place and leadership that brings the community together rather than pulling it apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Herschel. Han Nguyen, Victoria Street Business Association. Welcome, Han.
Good evening. For the accident attack early in July, about 10 businesses were affected, about 30 jobs was lost. The council response was make the difference, and our traders asked me to acknowledge that tonight, so thank you again. We got the government small business support for traders navigating through the list, services and other obligations. We still advocate for the financial hardship support. We support the Victoria Street revitalisation plan. Our trader wants same thing this plan talk about a street that is clean, safe, welcoming and active again, especially at night. This is a high priority. The very first one, that safety. In the reports that say about the safety is the first sort of point. We asked for the CCTV from both government and the council to support us to have, and that before the fire. Since then, the situation had changed, and now everybody worry what could happen next. The second, we want to have that's about some basics right, lighting, cleaning, graffiti removal, and better footpaths, other things that people notice every day. We like that to be fund the improvement early so that bustling around Nanock Street in front of the High Shopping Centre and other known hotspots, so traders and the community can see what change happening. Third, we want the coordinated marketing through special rate. Victoria Street had an incredible story. Family business has been here for over 50 years, and we want to tell the story and give people a reason to come back. And the trades are contributing through the special rate. They should also have strong voice in how their money is spent. Council cannot revitalize this Victoria Street alone, and neither can we, but we can work together with the council to make this plan succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ha. Karen Havinga.
Good evening, councillors. I really love this revitalisation plan. I can clearly see the contributions that the community has made and how they've been translated into reasonable actions. I really like the advocacy around the planning changes and for a community services hub and for the upgrade of the North Richmond station. These are great things to advocate for on behalf of our community. But you don't speak for me when you advocate to move the MSIR. In fact, at the November council meeting, when you changed the council advocacy roadmap to include advocating to move the MSIR, you didn't give any of the community an opportunity to tell you what their views were. And you didn't know what it was that our community wanted. But the community has given you that information as part of the feedback to the draft revitalisation plan. The engagement report for the plan says, views on the medically supervised injecting room are divided. Among the roughly 1/4 who raised it unprompted, most called for relocation or closure, while a clear minority defended its harm reduction role. To say that another way, 3/4 of people didn't talk about the MSIR when they talked about Victoria Street. And some of the rest of the people who did talk about the MSIR are also supporters. It's clear that the majority of people don't want this council to advocate to remove the MSIR. Based on the engagement report, this council's current advocacy position on the MSIR is not supported by most of the people with an interest in Victoria Street. Keeping this advocacy item front and centre means that the positive impacts of this great report will be diluted in favour of another stupid conversation about law and order. I would much rather that the conversation be about how committed the community is to seeing Victoria Street succeed and how council and state government can support the community to make that happen. Please, remove the advocacy to move the MSIR from this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Maynard.
Stupid. It's sensible, common sense to move that away from a primary school, first of all. So we were talking about safety on a road about a primary school, but we're talking about illegal drugs 30 steps from the front door. Now, we'll go back to Jim Scanlon, who I'm well aware that he's asked all the chairs, benches, whatever you want to call them, to be removed from the corner of Lennox and Victoria Street. Then you go and put more chairs further up, which have been graffitied. Then you put some yellow planter boxes, which have also been graffitied. The police, they're pushing for things that are going to help them because they have no resources. Yes, they've got the assurance situation going on. You know, last week or week before, 75-year-old was done dealing drugs. Apparently that's okay to some that sit in this room. It's not okay. But no matter what you do in Victoria Street, you just continue to keep wasting our money, and I will get on my high horse, as it was called last time, because it's my money and I want to see things clean up. But, you know, at the end of the day, I've experienced, as I've told you before, with one of my son's best friends, their family's restaurant was closed after 23 years. So I know firsthand what it's like. That boy was going to move into my home because they had nowhere to live. And I reached out to, I think it was Brooke, who sits behind me, and Kerry, who I'm not sure is still at the council, for help with that family. So don't turn around and tell me what I should be thinking, because the majority of people don't want this situation to get any worse. However, it continues to get worse. You only have to walk down there and see what it's like. But it's all around the area is just a hot spot for people to come into our, you know, area.
30 seconds.
And this is just a ridiculous situation that you cannot spend any more money thinking that this is going to improve at all, because there's only one reason that's going to improve this, and that's to get all these people away from our area and hopefully into help, which is exactly where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Mama Kim.
Unfortunately, Kim isn't available today due to taking care of her elderly mother. So she sent me a message, just a short statement on what she'd like to see changed. So good evening, Mayor Jolly and fellow councillors and officers. I'd also want to appreciate Wendy Dinning and Brooke behind me, who've worked so hard to get this revitalisation project moving forward. So Mama Kim would like to say a few words about this. She wants Victoria Street to be a safe, vibrant and welcome place for everybody. One point of importance is being safe and clean, being green, well-maintained and safe and easy for everybody to enjoy. Secondly, a focus on supporting our local businesses, bringing more people to Victoria Street, creating a lively area both day and night, supporting the local economy, shops, restaurant and businesses. And I think Victoria Street has a massive multicultural area now. So it's celebrating these different cultures and making people feel that they're welcome and included. The next point she mentioned was about supporting growth. So encouraging new businesses and investment to happen, whether it be new housing, but still maintaining that character and the uniqueness of Victoria Street. And lastly, working together, having council, the businesses, residents and community groups supporting each other so that we build a more stronger environment, vibrant Victoria Street for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And the last speaker is David Mayer.
Good evening again. I genuinely, my name is David Meyer. I'm from Victoria Street, Richmond. I genuinely appreciate the willingness of Mayor Jolly, councillors, Ms. Sue, and council officers to listen, engage, and work with residents and businesses. Something, as per my personal experience, that has never happened in the past 16 years. More confidence that meaningful change is possible. For me, this council has become a source of hope and momentum for our community, especially for my very fragile Richmond community. My hope is that this spirit of listening, cooperation, determination becomes part of the culture of this council, so that regardless of who is going to sit in 2 years' time, this momentum continues. I welcome Victoria Street Revitalisation Programme initiative, particular priorities 1 and 2 of the action plan. My concern now is not the intention of the plan. However, my concern is making sure when and how we deliver it. The residents and traders, we've had numerous meetings in the recent weeks, and there is the real concern of the pace of the progress. So this is one of the most important plans Victoria Street have ever had in many, many years. You guys made it happen, and thank you. But the challenge is now how to make sure it's delivered with clear accountability. Around 12 months have passed, and we now see substantial planning and important changes reflected in 538-page agenda before Council tonight. I particularly welcome better lighting and safer public spaces. Seeing a female patron from my venue getting punched in the face while simply walking back to their car on Victoria Street is deeply distressing. And it is a reminder that public safety must remain a visible priority. Victoria Street, trust me, Victoria Street has enormous potential. Residents, traders, and community organizations have given their time, their ideas, and their hope to this process. Now we need to maintain the momentum. The agenda that I was reading today provides quarterly reporting, and I believe that is more than sufficient. Tell our community what has been completed, what remains outstanding, who is responsible for the delivery, and how do you make the responsible person accountable for any non-delivery or unreasonable delays.
Your time is up. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Sir.
Can you just press the red button, please? Yeah. Councillors, are there any questions to the officers? Councillor Aston.
I have 4 questions.
4 questions, just do them all. Yep, please.
What's the earliest timeframe we can achieve a change to what the plan refers to as Lennox Square on the corner of Lennox and Vic Street?
Thank you for the question. February 2027 is the earliest timeframe we can meet given the social and environmental challenges of the site. Essentially, before any significant changes can be made to the Lennox Square, Council needs to undertake a few important steps in that process. Firstly, we need to undertake a safety assessment using SEPTED principles. We need to consult with a range of stakeholders across the Victorian Government, Victoria Police, also nearby businesses in the precinct, Homes Victoria and also DFFH. We need to also investigate underneath the ground, essentially and above the ground, for services and utilities. And we also need to better understand pedestrian and bike and vehicle movement along Lennox Square. This all may affect future design and construction works, but in short, February 2027. Thank you.
What will baseline data collection involve, and how will more detailed targets be developed?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor Jolly. If the plan is adopted, Council will begin collecting baseline data in September to better understand the current conditions within Victoria Street. This will include community surveys to understand people's experiences and perceptions of the precinct. It will undertake audits of shop vacancies, the condition of the street and public spaces. Pedestrian counts will help us understand how many people are using the precinct, and then we'll also collect relevant data from external sources. This information will provide a starting point, which future progress can then be measured. Once that baseline data has been analysed, Council will develop performance targets, and these targets will be included in a supplementary appendices to the plan. And that will be made available to the community. And
they can expect to see and experience.
Thank you for the question. Once projects have been approved through Council's budget process, an annual implementation plan will be developed and shared with the community. The implementation plan will outline the key activities for the year, including what changes people can expect to see on the street and/or how these improvements may enhance their experience. We will provide regular updates on progress and upcoming works through a range of communication channels, including our website, newsletters, and just direct stakeholder engagement.
Game changers in the report often specify interventions such as, which means essentially other things can or may be done as well. Can you explain a bit more about how other initiatives will be identified and eventually decided upon?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. The plan outlines a process for identifying initiatives. New ideas may come from a range of sources, including feedback from the community, businesses, property owners, stakeholders and council officers. They may also be informed by emerging challenges, opportunities or funding availability, and lessons learned from projects that have already been delivered. Each year, we'll bring forward proposed priority projects for consideration as part of Council's budget planning and budget process.
Thank you. Any other questions from any of the councillors? Okay, we've got an amended motion from Councillor Aston, also from Councillor Wade. Councillor Aston, we'll go with your one first because I got it first. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Ho? Okay, don't speak to it, but just tell us. I know there's a lot to it. Can you just, as fast as you can, and can the officers turn the microphone off, please? Can you just tell us what it is, please?
Yep. So it's essentially to clarify timeframes for some activities, strengthen safety measures and advocacy items, clarifying some wording and making it easier to understand, adding the requirement for clear budget bid and planning, including a new streetscape plan, including targets around private property graffiti management, and ensuring clear numerical targets will be developed and made publicly available and reported to ensure transparency.
Okay, any questions to that? I'll just ask governance a question, just on behalf of Councillor Wade, sort of. If this is passed, does Councillor Wade's motion lapse, or do we go on to that after this one?
It's through you, Mr. Mayor. It's possibly an amendment. I'll just check to see the words if they don't contradict.
We'll maybe come back to that for now, but if you could look into that. Better done as an amendment. Okay, so we've got a mover, we've got a seconder. Do you, Councillor Wade, want to ask Councillor Aston and Ho to accept your amendment? Is that your intention, or have you got a different intention?
Yes, yeah, which I'm happy to do now or after you guys speak to
Okay,
it.
so Councillor Aston, starting with you, will you accept the alternative, to the amendment, I should say, from Councillor Wade? I take it, Councillor Wade, you've got a seconder. Let's just, yep, you do. Councillor Aston, we're in your hands.
No.
Councillor Ho? Yeah, no, okay. So, Councillor Wade, would you like to move this as a standalone?
Yes, I will.
Yep, okay, well, we'll go with you first.
Do you mind if I just read out what it is before speaking to it?
Yeah.
So what it is to substitute advocacy item 1 for the following: more investment in mental health, youth and outreach workers as first responders, including to provide a visible presence, de-escalate conflict and respond where police aren't the right response, and long-term investment in secure housing, mental health care, alcohol and other drug treatment, youth services and community services that address the underlying drivers of disadvantage and harm affecting the Victoria Street precinct, and to change advocacy item 2 to remove references to moving the MSIR away from its current location and adding increased investment in and access to evidence-based opioid dependence treatment, including pharmacotherapy through general practitioners, community health services and pharmacies, and invest in additional medically supervised injecting services in areas of demonstrated need across Victoria.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. Councillor Crossan, seconding. Why don't you just speak to it, if that's okay, starting now for 3 minutes.
Great. So I'd like to start by saying I'm really supportive of the bulk of this plan. Victoria Street is such a beloved strip, but it does need further work to make it the thriving centre we know it can be. And on that, I would like to thank officers, community members, Councillor Aston, Councillor Ho, who have engaged so heavily in getting this plan into really good. More cops, harsher laws and more prisons hasn't made anyone safer. We need to invest in evidence-based approaches that prevent crime and violence before they happen, while ensuring people can get the right help when they need it. This is even more true in areas like Victoria Street, where we have people with a very high degree of vulnerability. It is adjacent to the biggest public housing estate in the Southern Hemisphere. Its community includes many people experiencing trauma, mental illness and homelessness who face various obstacles in our society to living full lives. I note that the submission from the Homeless Persons Union of Victoria that Council has received, I think now about 3 hours ago, it's been a while, lays out these points in really great detail and really clearly and coherently. More broadly, Cops on the Street risks doing the opposite for Victoria Street for what we are trying to achieve, with visitors feeling discomforted by the presence of police, either through negative experiences with police personally or because more police on the street makes an area feel like one where you are under threat. Neither of these are to be discounted. As someone who has had negative experiences with police personally, their presence on a strip is likely to put me off rather than to attract me. The same is true for many in our community. Much better would be to further champion the work of existing outreach officers from the North Richmond Community Health organisation and bolster their work. Many residents don't know that they can call local outreach workers every day of the week between 8:30am and 9:30pm. For anyone listening who didn't know that, the number is 1-800-841-051. I think that should be much more commonly known in our community. The second amendment here seeks to advocate for further supervised injecting facilities around the state, taking the pressure off North Richmond and making these critical health services available elsewhere would make a huge difference. We saw recently that the MSAR, once the MSAR opened, ambulance call-outs dropped by 70% in the community. This is a massive benefit to all people in the area who are far less likely to need to call an ambulance for someone on their street than they were 10 years ago. This kind of benefit, this could benefit other areas as well. So I commend this amendment to my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. Just briefly to say, I think this is, the Victoria Street Revitalisation Plan is a really exciting piece of work, which I have previously indicated as such. However, I think amendments are needed to address some of the issues that are therein, which Councillor Wade has touched on. Should those be supported, I think this will be a more robust piece of work that will be able to deliver better outcomes for our community and the precinct.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Gomez.
I'll be quick, Mayor. It's getting late in the evening. I've taken the opportunity to just talk to a lot of residents in Richmond, talk to the business community. I was I was involved in trying to support the community with the recent firebombing of 12 businesses. I think we've got a fairly good view. I think we all want to see Victoria Street come back. I don't know why we keep coming back to the same old issue of the supervised injection room. Our stance is clear. We support it. It saves lives. It works. Just move it away from the primary school. So I fully support, I don't support Councillor Wade's amendment on that basis.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this? The amendment, Chair, speaking against the amendment from Councillor Wade and Crossland. I think that the barrier to drug reform in Victoria, what I mean by drug reform specifically, is more supervised injection facilities in the CBD, in the western suburbs, in the southeast, in the northwest, and other well-known drug hotspots, is the living open wound of North Richmond. Because every community that's asked by the state government to house, like we do, we're the only council in Australia, in Victoria I should say, that proudly house a supervised injecting facility. We're also the only council in Victoria that openly call for more supervised injecting facilities throughout the city and throughout the state. They look at North Richmond, they go, thank you, but no thanks, because they see it in the wrong spot. A good thing in the wrong spot can be disastrous. And the supervised injecting facility, which saves lives and we protect and we want to keep in the city of Yarra, but when you plonk it next to the biggest public housing estate in Victoria, in Australia, and also next to a primary school, you're asking for trouble. And I don't need to waste the time of anybody who spent 5 minutes in North Richmond to reform in Victoria because they put it in the wrong spot. And everybody's in their trenches now. We're not going anywhere with it. We would have more support for what we really need, which is extra services for those for addictions. Housing, mental health support, rehabilitation, and the type of wraparound support services that you see in the likes of Seattle in Washington State that we're not seeing here. People go in there, they go out, and they're just basically left to their own volition. And it's a disaster. So we are trying to poke the government in the eye and create a discussion around this matter. We make no apologies for that. I don't agree that the majority of people in North Richmond like the supervised injection facility in its current spot. Blind Freddie can see that's not the case. And There's many, many examples of that. And that's why I think that while there are some good things in Councillor Wade and Crossland's amendment, especially the first half of the amendment, I think the second half is incorrect for the reasons that I said. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay, we're going to be voting now. There's no right of reply to amendment, as you all know, so we'll just vote on the Councillor Wade Crossland amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland. All those opposed, please raise your hand. That's Gomez, Ho, Jolly, Deputy Mayor Harrison and Aston. That's lost. We're going back to the original alternative motion from Councillor Aston and Ho. Councillor Aston, you've explained what it is. You've now got 3 minutes to speak to it, starting now.
We had 580 people actively engage in the consultation process for this plan. That compares to 91 responses to the Transport Action Plan in 2023 and 234 for this year's budget. It was a huge engagement, and mostly locals with a very clear message. In fact, over 85% of all respondents sent this very clear message. People love this street. They want to see it thrive, but they are worried about it and about their own safety when they visit. The vast majority of respondents are in favour of this plan, and they want it to succeed. And while there's some points of contention, which is normal, only 16% of people don't believe that we should be aiming to improve the safety, amenity, economy and pride in Victoria through the actions that are listed in this plan. There is scepticism, of course, and it is understandable. In 2010, a Victoria Street structure plan to last 10 to 15 years was developed. In 2015, a 10-year Vic Street Streetscape Master Plan was developed. And in 2017, the Reimagining Victoria Street paper was produced, and over 400 people engaged in that. But the message was largely the same: concerns around safety, crime and economic development. But the answer then was to advocate for a safe injecting room. So this has been tried before. People are right to be sceptical. So what makes this plan different? Well, there are a few important things. The first is that we have actual targets and measures and a clear commitment to have honest evaluation reporting, because what gets measured gets done. We have a commitment to transparent implementation and planning with a clear budget bid process for projects that are proven to move the needle, not just random investment. And we have room for community engagement to achieve outcomes together, as Ha noted himself, that this is a partnership with our community and our traders. It's not imposed top-down solutions, but it also has the flexibility to build new things into it each year and adapt to things as they change. And finally, we have clearly and unapologetically acknowledged the problems facing the street, and instead of demonising the people who raise concerns, we've listened to them and sought a way to show our compassion to people with drug dependence without dismissing the visible impacts they have on people's experience of their neighbourhood and gaslighting the community to pretend that everything's fine. I want to thank everyone who's engaged in this project and thrown your support behind it, and the officers, and I look forward to the day that we can all be proud of Victoria Street again as a result of following through on this plan.
Thank you. Councillor Ho.
Thank you for everyone coming today, the resident and the trader. Victoria Street is more than a shopping street. It's the heart of North Richmond, diverse and multicultural community, and a place we're all proud of the history. However, our residents and traders have clearly told us Victoria Street needs safety and clean amenity. Thank you, Wendy and Eddie and Brooke, for your tremendous work hard on this plan, and all the stakeholders that contribute to this feedback. Tonight, I'm speaking on my behalf. What we must acknowledge that 10 local businesses affected by this firebombing incident, it shows that there is a law and order issue. Behind every shop front is a family, a livelihood, and many years of hard work. No trader should open their business each morning feeling afraid. Are they going to be the next victim? And I thank you for all the city to support this affect business during this difficult time. And we must continue to stand our trader and help them feel safe. I do support this practical Victoria Revitalised plan, safety action in this, reviewing the city of Lennox Square, improving lighting and remove graffiti in clinics, and working more closely with Victoria Police. Revitalisation is not only about safety, but we must address the vacuum shop, supporting our small business, improving the Butler Park, and protect the diversity identity that make Victoria Street special. As a councillor, I'm a very passionate advocate for this community. I want to help this plan into reality. As the City of Yarra, I continue make sure that we work in partner with all the residents, trader, and landlord, property owner, and developer to make this work. This plan must become another report sitting on the shelf. Our community wants action, accountability, and visible result. And I'm proud to support the officer recommendation. And I'm looking forward to Victoria safer, cleaner. And I want to make it clear, it's not about my community, your community, but it's our whole Yarra community. And once again, I'm proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ho. Would anyone else? Deputy Mayor Harrison.
So I'm just going to pick up on the point about the 580 people who participated in the consultation. Thank you to all of those people, and thank you to the officers that have done a huge amount of work on this. I think that is so important. This is something that should be owned by the community, and I think we've heard that here tonight. We've heard the Traders Association talk about this partnership between council and the community. We need to work together, as Councillor Ho has just said, to make this plan a reality, that it's not going to be something that sits on the shelf, that we are actually going to be working hard to see that all of this happens. So thank you to everybody who's worked on that. And I'm just going to come back to the theme of safety, because the reality is that the community told us in the engagement that safety was the most frequently raised theme, and that clearly people feel that this is a priority. And I'll just briefly quote from the report. It said, most people framed safety not as one priority among several, but as the precondition, believing that until it is addressed, other improvements will not be effective. So we are listening to that, and we have got to work together to see this become a reality and to ensure that safety is a priority in everything that we do there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I've seen Ha and Andrew from the VSBA. I've seen Councillor Ho. I've seen them move mountains trying to help the businesses that are affected by Victoria Street in general and the firebombing recently. I've seen the Mayor, I've seen the Deputy Mayor, I've seen Councillor Aston, I've seen Councillor Ho turn up to support the businesses on Victoria Street, and David Meyer could attest to that. It's time we sort of get on with this. I think the November election is probably going to settle the issue of the supervised injecting room one way or the other. In the meantime, we have to continue to support the revitalisation of Victoria Street, because everybody wants that. I particularly commend the work of the officers, and I do strongly support what Councillor Aston and Councillor Ho have tried to do, which is to provide some metrics or some key success factors. Because if we're going to spend your money, if we're going to make this effort, we need to make sure that we can understand whether it's having an impact. I fully endorse and support Councillor Aston's motion for this.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Wade.
Just very briefly to say, as I said before, I support the bulk of this, but I won't be voting for it tonight because of this advocacy around getting more cops, more PSOs, etc., and the undermining of the MSAR. But otherwise, I support it and appreciate the work.
I would just make one point. I mean, I would have more respect for those people that did what we did. So, for example, here in Yarra, as I said earlier on, we house the only SIF in Australia, in Victoria, I should say. We regularly advocate for more supervised injection facilities. And I forgot to mention, we spend $500,000 of your money every year cleaning up the needles around the state institution. And some people from one particular party say that, you shouldn't argue for it to be moved. You've got a reactionary position on law reform, but I never see Green councillors at Darebin or at Marybeck or at Port Phillip or at City of Melbourne moving motions to open up a supervised injection facility in their backyard. because that's what they should do, because that would take the heat off North Richmond. If we had a supervised injecting facility in some of the other councils where the my progressive colleagues are strong, you would have fewer non-Yarra residents coming to North Richmond. They would be able to go to the supervised injecting facility in their own, closer to their own home, which is better for the users. It spreads the load, because I think everybody would have to accept that North Richmond is carrying the load for the whole of the state. So put your money where your mouth is, and I think I might write to them tomorrow, to all my Green colleagues on council, to argue on their council to do what we do, which is have a supervised injecting facility. We may argue about the location, fair enough. The reality of it is it's not going to move anywhere. We do think it's in the wrong spot, but put your money where your mouth is and set up supervised injecting facilities, which is not only good for those areas and good for those addicts in those areas, but it's also going to take the load off North Richmond. But don't not do that, because you don't want to lose votes in your area and then come and bash us on the head when we have the temerity to say, maybe don't put it next to a primary school. Anyway, that's what I think about it. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you very much. As mentioned earlier and at previous meetings where this project has been before us, I'm very much supportive of the intent of it. I love so much of what's been put in front of us, and I think you've done a great job with the engagement. And once again, thank you to everyone that's participated in this project thus far. I do have concerns that I feel Councillor Wade's earlier amendment would have sought to address and made this a more robust piece of work and allowed for a broader range of outcomes for our community. Without that, I wouldn't be able to support it. And I will just also note that Greens councillors at other councils have called for supervised injecting facilities in their municipalities. I can note Olivia Bull at the City of Melbourne has done so and has been a major champion of that for a considerable amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aston, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Yep. Much of the debate tonight has been focused on the MSIR and the advocacy around that, and that is understandable, but it kind of misses the point to a large extent. Yes, that is a component of the plan, because safety and people's perceptions of safety is a key theme that came through the consultations, and so that's where everybody's leapt to. But, you know, the fact is that there's a lot more to this plan than just let's move the MSIR. Ask for the MSIR to be moved. There's so much more to it, and I can't go through all of it. I strongly encourage everyone to read it if you haven't, because it's good. But there's so much in here around economic development initiatives, planning consolidation, working with business owners and property owners to try and, you know, get more development into the street. Working, you know, to help on, you know, the scourge that is graffiti, but working in partnership with the community to do that. There's a lot in here that is not just let's move the MSIR, and I think it's frustrating when that becomes the sole focus of the conversation, and it really undermines all the work that the officers have done and the community has actually put into developing this plan together. So what I will end up with is just to say that much of what Councillor Wade's amendment asked for was actually already implied in many of the advocacy components in terms of around rehabilitation services, increased outreach services and trauma-informed responses. So I do think that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And so this plan is very much about not doing that. So I encourage everyone to support it.
Thank you. We'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Gomez, which has been ongoing all evening, but it's just got to crisis point. So I'm going to have to leave the meeting at this point. I've let Deputy Mayor Harrison know she's going to be taking over the running of the meeting for the rest of the night. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
We're now up to 7.4, expanding kindergarten places in Alphington options analysis. So we do not have any registrations for this item tonight. Do councillors have any questions for the officers? Okay, so I think we can proceed with the motion. We don't have any amendment on that, do we? Okay. Okay, so is somebody happy to move that? Councillor Mackenzie, yes, Councillor Gomez is seconding. You want to speak to it?
Yeah. Thank you. So I just want to start by thanking the Yarra Children's Centre Committee and the officers for this report. The Yarra Children's Centre have advocated for improvements to this centre for many years, and they have successfully secured state government funding, and importantly, they put in a lot of their own money on the table. And their commitment's no surprise to me, and probably isn't to my colleague Councillor Wade. This is very Alphington. It's the community we grew up in, and it's where people get really involved and they volunteer their time and they work incredibly hard to make the area even better. And I think that the Yarra League Committee really embodies that ethos of Alphington. I also just want to acknowledge that getting to this point hasn't been straightforward. So the original project was intended to deliver 6 kindergarten spaces. As the design progressed, the estimated costs grew beyond funding available outside of what we could deliver. But I think it's really important, and the committee has been pretty clear on this as of council, that we don't stop this project, that we go through those challenges, and we've been able to rescope the project and make meaningful improvements to this nearly 50-year-old facility for children and families and staff who use it today. At the same time, we do need to look into the future. We know that by 2036, Yarra is forecast to have a shortfall of 848 kindergarten places. In Clifton Hill and Alphington, that's 211. And that's why having a feasibility study is also really important to properly understand what perhaps this site could be, whether later on that we're looking at a more significant expansion, a larger redevelopment, or even potentially a whole new purpose build. So tonight we're doing these two things. We are not stopping this project. It's been rescoped and we can deliver real improvements now. And then we're having a look into the future at what we might need in this area. I think that's the right way forward, and I commend this motion to my fellow councillors.
To speak to that?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think Councillor Mackenzie has spoken for me.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Wade.
As a fellow Alphington primary student who was always traumatised that I didn't go to Yarra like so many of my friends because I was living in West Brunswick at the time, I'm so glad to see that more students in future will get to go to Yarra kindergarten.
Anyone else wanting to speak? No? Councillor Davies.
I agree with Councillor Mackenzie. It's a great initiative and fully support it.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay, I think we can move the motion. Sorry. I'll call for a vote. All in favour of the motion? Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, so moving on to 7.5, Fitzroy Adventure Playground Program Procurement. We don't have any registered speakers on that item. Do the councillors have any questions for officers on that agenda item?
Some people, there are hundreds of people who listen in from home. Not everybody might know about the Adventure Playground, but it's really special. It was established 50 years ago. It's one of Australia's first adventure playgrounds, and it still remains incredibly important to Fitzroy and the community around Atherton Gardens. We know that play is incredibly important for children, for their development, confidence and independence. Importantly, it's a right under Article 31 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child that recognises every child's right to rest, leisure, recreation and play. But we also know that access to play isn't equal, and the Adventure Playground, formerly known as Cubbies, sits alongside high-density public housing where children may not have a backyard or easy access to safe spaces. And it also importantly is able to serve that middle year, so the 5 to 12-year-olds where we know there's a real gap in government funded services. It's not just a playground, it gives children a great opportunity to explore and imagine. What's really important about this recommendation, so that's me banging on about how great it is, but this recommendation gives the program something really important, which is certainty. So whoever has the privilege of running this important gem of the Fitzroy community over the coming years, they can do that with certainty through to 2030. And that matters because good community programs are built on continuity and trusted relationships with children, families, and the broader community. For more than 50 years, generations of Fitzroy kids have had cubbies as somewhere to play and explore. That's something I think worth protecting. I'm really pleased that we can give some certainty to the future of whoever is successful in this tender process.
Councillor Aston, did you want to speak to that?
Yep. Just briefly, I think that this report makes it really, really clear that we're being consistent with our other funding agreements with other, really important community facilities like our neighbourhood houses and our toy library in Collingwood. And it's really important to find the best people to operate this valuable resource that serves the kids of Fitzroy and Collingwood. So this will enable us to do a really good quality procurement that helps us identify that most appropriate provider. So I look forward to seeing who is successful in that bid.
Okay, did anyone else want to speak to this item? Councillor Crossland.
Just to say, I'm pretty excited about this. I think it's going to be a really good outcome for the community. I'm looking forward to seeing more kids playing in that space, having fun, exploring it. And I'm also excited about my kids in future being able to play there too. So, yes, thank you.
Okay, anybody else wanting to speak to that item? No? Okay, let's move the officer recommendation. Those in favour? That is unanimous. Okay, so moving on to item 7.6, Quarterly Community Report 2025-2026, Quarter 4. We do not have any registered speakers for that item tonight. Do councillors have questions for officers? Councillor Aston, could the officers please come to the front?
I've got 3 questions.
Okay, so Councillor Aston, your first cab off the rank.
Yep. Great. Can you give us sort of an explanation of what caused the 1.4 million lower in waste costs, and if this is a trend or a once-off?
Deputy Mayor, if you're okay, I might answer from here.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks for the question, Councillor Aston. The makeup of the 1.4 comes from about 9 or 10 lines in the waste services that the council provides. Anything from salaries to the FOGO collection to landfill costs. In terms of whether it's a trend or a one-off, it's both. And I'll try and explain that. It's one-off in a sense that we don't anticipate this sort of cost being under again because council's waste costs are going up. But I wanted to give council comfort that some of the trends are trending lower, like staffing costs over some period. Our general waste costs are lower. We think that's because our FOGO volumes are going up, and that our community is doing some good things. But we know our costs will go up next year given the new contract the council signed last year. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Aston, I think you had further questions.
Yep. Page 35 makes reference to loss of open space and developer contributions. So it's obvious that we're losing money because people aren't developing, but how much do we lose in revenue when applications bypass council and go straight to DTP, and do we expect that trend to continue?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I might continue answering questions from here if that's okay. Council officers have estimated that in 2025, 13 applications were lodged through the DTP process with an estimated loss in revenue to council of about $380,000 in application fees. So far this year, we have received 12 applications. It's reasonable to say that the loss in fees will be greater this year. Open space and developer contributions are still payable, however, where a planning permit is issued by the department. Thank you.
Last one. Where is the increase in parking infringements mostly coming from? So are there particular areas generally generating more revenue than others?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the increase in infringement revenue compared to 24-25 correlates to more parking infringements being issued, as well as to an increase of around $4 in the cost of each infringement. And I'm just reminding councils that infringement costs are set by the state government. The reasons for more infringements being issued include continuation of year-on-year growth in parking enforcement revenue, which is driven by continued refinement of scheduling and management of rosters, increased number of major events, correlation to year-on-year parking growth in terms of both the number of transactions and revenue that has historically occurred in Yarra and has continued post-COVID. Apart from locations proximate to major events such as areas near the MCG, there isn't a particular locality factor behind infringement growth. Thank you.
Is that all your questions? Okay, Councillor Davies.
Just to lead on from Councillor Aston's question, are you able to provide a percentage of infringement revenue as it relates to activity centres versus residential spaces? And when you speak to the sporting events, is there a range, a sporting precinct, if you like, where those infringements are at their highest? I'm assuming that's Cremorne and West Richmond, but can you advise on that, please?
The CEO would like to respond to that.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'll have to take that on notice, Councillor Davies.
Has anyone else got questions they'd like to ask? Councillor Davies.
Just coming back to infringement revenue, I just want to make sure I understand it. So we've got, let's say if we looked at an isolating cost sort of basis, like a profit centre approach, in terms of, we've got 4.1 million in revenue coming in from infringement fines. And if we look at the 1 hour parking, a foregone revenue of 1.45, does that mean we have a net positive outcome, net revenue positive outcome of 2.65 million? Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure that those figures are correct, but Council is reporting on the 12-month trial of the 1 hour free parking next month, and we can explore all of the statistics around that.
I'm going to ask a question myself in relation to the parking infringements and enforcements. So we've had a significant increase in the infringement revenue, 3.3 million increased parking infringements. Has there been additional staff engaged by Council to undertake enforcement work in relation to parking?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there hasn't been additional staff. As I've answered earlier, there has been, though, very careful management of rostering and making sure that where we have large events, either at any of our sporting facilities or anywhere across Yarra, we ensure that we are sufficiently staffed to monitor the parking in those areas.
Can I just point out there's a
yes.
revised officer recommendation, councillors?
Okay, yes.
Just to correct a couple of figures there, but you've got them in hard copy.
Yep. So this is on the screen. This is not what was in the papers. It's been revised today. Do we have a mover for that motion? Councillor Aston, I'm happy to second. Did you want to speak to this, Councillor Aston?
I'm not really prepared to speak to it, other than to say I think it shows a lot of really good things in terms of strong financial management, some very good figures in there. Obviously, some of the stuff around parking revenue is concerning, but as alluded to, we'll have a conversation around parking matters in a couple of months. I do appreciate the effort that officers have gone to really highlight not just the financial components of our performance, but a lot of the things that are happening in the community as well, because while the finances are extraordinarily important and allow us to do what we do, it's not the thing that people experience and feel out in the community. And I think the reporting around the things that people actually engage with, the services they engage with, the experiences that they have out on the street and the capital works that they can see happening around them is really, really important. So I thank the officers for their work. And for anyone who hasn't read the report, if you would like some bedtime reading, I strongly recommend it.
Okay, I'm not going to speak to that. So all in favour of the revised officer recommendation? Sorry, did you? Oh, okay.
Just very quickly through you, Deputy Mayor, I just want to reflect on the fact that it's a Q4 report. It reflects on the fact that it's the end of a long year. I'd like to thank all the officers. The feedback on the street, at least in Nichols Ward, is that people are seeing council work harder and more effectively than they ever have. I think from people who've been here a long time, I think that's a worthy statement. And I think the report essentially shows that we're doing a hell of a lot, we're doing it reasonably well, and we're not going broke doing it. So thank you.
Okay, so moving the revised officer recommendations, everyone in favour of that motion, please. Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, so 7.7 Collingwood Town Hall Affordable Housing Project, outcome of the expression of interest process. We have two registered speakers. Herschel Landis is the first registered speaker. Please come forward if you are still in the room. Oh, no? Okay, the other registered speaker is Margaret O'Brien. Is Margaret still here? Yes, oh, perfect. Come forward. Okay, so I think you know the drill, but press the button and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. This report recommends Council concludes the EOI process and ceases work on the project. I'm sorry, my voice isn't with me tonight. That Council affirms its support for affordable housing and continues to advocate to state and federal governments for funding that will enable such projects to be possible. The facts are, much excellent work has been done by management. This is one of Council's signature policies, and there are high public expectations that Yarra could show the way by best practice development of this land. And it's come to this. Market reality trumps public policy priority. Why and how does that happen? I note the confidential attachment about the tender report. I hope Council finds ways to provide the public with meaningful information on the content of the OIs and the actual interest shown by the market. That's very important for us to know. City of Yarra is confronted with the reality of best intentions and for a second time. In 2021, Council had similar aspirations and wanted to keep the land public. But perhaps not. Times are different. People have less confidence in the future, less trust in governments, and a state election is coming. How can Council reasonably persevere with this? I'm going to suggest a way. Perhaps Council can add value to the report. Yes, Council has to accept officers' recommendations to discontinue the EOI, and that is, I say this until I know anything different. But council might use the report as a case example. I suggest that council workshop it in a public forum to involve and inform people, residents, wider community, including governments. Let the facts speak out. Is that 3 minutes? Beg your pardon? After all this waiting, time almost stood still for me. I did have more to say, but...
Provided offline.
Look, I said the most important thing. Make it public. You've done the hard yard. Put it out there.
All right,
There'll
thanks,
be
Margaret.
Lots of people who'd like to hear.
Thank you. Okay, so do councillors have questions of the officers in relation to this item? Councillor Davies, just
I'm going to ask.
wait till Fadi and the other officers.
Oh, sorry. Yep, it was probably more for the CEO actually. It was more of the question. I just want to raise. Well, the question
come
was,
forward, guys.
For the purpose to respond to the lady's question, why is it kept confidential? Can we just be clear about why those elements were maintained as confidential?
Thank you for the question. So there's a number of reasons, and thanks for the submission, Margaret. I just want to reassure Ms O'Brien that the Mayor and I, the Deputy Mayor, the former Deputy Mayor, we've spent a lot of time talking to government about funding support for these types of projects. The social housing and affordable housing market is very much reliant on, in particular, federal funding called HAF funding. It is at capacity at the moment. What we've been advocating for is a future round, a commitment for a future round, which we refer to as HAF4. Please, Ms O'Brien, be reassured. I don't think I could have spoken to more ministers about the importance of the state and the federal funding, the state and the federal government being involved in funding for these projects. Providers tell us that the funding models are absolutely dependent on that. In terms of why the tender report is confidential, there's lots of legal reasons for that. This is a market-led project, and we've got to be really careful that we don't inadvertently release material that is submitted by bidders that is commercial in confidence. So we've got an obligation to protect them in that regard, but we've done our best to capture the spirit of the barriers in the open council report.
Okay, do other councillors have questions? No? Okay. The CEO has answered all the questions. Okay, so we have an officer recommendation. Does somebody want to move that recommendation? Councillor Aston, do we have a seconder? I can second. Okay, Councillor Aston, do you want to speak to that?
Yep. Look, it's really disappointing, actually, that we are at this point. It would have been wonderful to have a successful EOI process and to know that, you know, in 6 months' time or something that we're turning over the ground in the location to build something really exciting to serve our local key workers. So it is disappointing. But I'm also very proud of the way that this has been handled. I'm very, very proud of the way that the officers do their very best to get support for this. But as Margaret herself highlighted, the market reality determines the situation here, and the reality is that the money is just not there. And we were very clear as a council that we would not we would not sign up the council to any kind of funding obligation here. We wouldn't be spending ratepayers' money to get into a field that we have no obligation to be in and to sign us up to ongoing operating expenses, maintenance expenses, etc. So we were very clear on that. We stood our ground on that. We did our very best to try and find a way forward, and the market conditions just don't allow us to do that. So I think stopping the EOA process now, following this recommendation, recognising that, yes, we do continue to support social and affordable housing for key workers. We will continue to advocate for funding. And if the conditions change, if the market changes and the time becomes right to go back out there and ask again, we've done all the work, we've got all the preparation, we can pick this up and hit the ground running again to try and make the most of those conditions. So while it's very disappointing that we are at this point, like I said, it would have been great to be turning ground in 6 months or so. We are where we are, and I thank the officers for their work. And knowing that we're in a position where we can start again if we are able to do so, I'm very pleased that we are not just saying no more, never again, that the door is open for us to continue. So I hope others will vote for this.
Thank you. Look, I won't say much. I will reiterate the points that Councillor Aston has made. All is not lost here. You know, we haven't closed the door, as Councillor Aston has said, and, you know, this was actually, you know, a really important project, so I'm equally disappointed that this is not going forward at this stage. You know, I think one of the things that I wanted to point out is that amongst all of the pages of the quarterly community report that we looked at tonight was some really sobering statistics in relation to how much social and affordable housing is being included in this vast number of development facilitation pathway applications which are being approved by the Minister for Planning. We are not seeing social and affordable housing being included in those projects. We're getting a tokenistic contribution of 3% in relation to those applications, which is going into the state's social housing fund, but we are not seeing affordable and social housing being built in this municipality. And so I think that is the key point that we want to keep advocating around, because we want our community to be diverse. It would have been wonderful if this project could have gone forward and that we would have had affordable housing for key workers, those people that actually do all sorts of great jobs in our community that we rely upon. So as I said, all is not lost. We've done a lot of work on this. Officers have done a sterling job in running this process, doing the work, and you know, hopefully there might be an opportunity for this in the future. And yeah, it is disappointing, I must say. Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, everyone. Frankly, I'm disappointed in the federal government. We went to them with an outstretched hand saying, let's do affordable housing in Yarra. We went to our local member, we went to the federal member, we asked. It seems the rules around sizing worked against us. I endorse everything that Deputy Mayor Harrison has said. It is shocking when the state government facilitated projects come to us for what we think, that every single time when there's an opportunity to convert affordable housing into a monetary component, the applicant, the developer, chooses to do so. It will be an absolute shame if after 10 years, in my opinion, of my memory, of trying to get affordable housing in Yarra, all we're going to have is 10%, maybe 20%, maybe somewhere between 150 and 300 affordable apartments in the gasworks site in Fitzroy North, because... Thank you.
Did anyone else want to speak to this? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, so I think that it was really important that we gave this a go and that we put it out. And as Councillor Aston has pointed out, we're ceasing work on this project at this time. We are ready to hit the ground running. A few things. I'm also disappointed. You know, I think it's really important that councils look into their backyards at this time, and I think that we were leading among other inner city councils and councils in Victoria, showing that we can do that. But it is not true that we aren't building social housing that the government isn't building social housing in the city of Yarra. At the moment, the state government is replacing 30 ageing, unlivable walk-ups right near where I live with 114 social homes. There will be affordable and social homes on the Gasworks site. And look, this site would have had people living in affordable and social homes had this council not walked away from a proposal that was brought by the state government, supported by the local member, the Labor member, in 2021. We wouldn't be talking about turning the soil for affordable housing because we would have already turned the soil for social homes. And I think that's a real shame and is the reason why at the change of the election we had so many new councillors coming out saying we're going to try again, we're going to see what we can do there. Affordable homes and non-market homes are a really important part of that non-market mix, but always social homes are the most important. For renters, they bring down the cost of the renting market. We do want more of them. I share a lot of your concerns, Councillor Gomez, about the transport and planning process and affordable housing not being built but instead going to a fund, but it is absolutely untrue to say that we are not building social homes in the City of Yarra area. Thank you.
Did anyone else want to speak to this? Councillor Wade.
I'll also express disappointment. Obviously, we've supported this process as well. I guess I just want to do a brief fact check to say this project didn't stack up and neither did the past one. We had the same issue with confidentiality and what was able to be released to the public, but these are very difficult projects and they're very difficult projects to do without huge amounts of external funding, and we need more of it.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I'd probably just on the back of Councillor Wade's comments, it's very tough times. The market needs scale. It didn't have the scale from the beginning, and the runway with the HAF funding model and everything, just didn't time out well for us. It had great intention, and it was something that we all backed, but unfortunately we're going to have to put it on ice. I think really the reality is it'll have to be a different project in a different location for it to actually, for something in social housing of this nature to come together for the City of Yarra. But I think it was great intention, but yeah, we're just going to have to close it up.
Okay, did anyone else want to speak? No. Councillor Aston, did you want to exercise your right of reply?
Just quickly, I think there's just been a couple of things that have been said that, and I'm not disagreeing with what people have said. I suppose I just want to make the point that when we talk about the market conditions, we talk about size and scale. If we weren't to stick to our guns and to stick to the site, like to the parcel size of the design, we'd be completely betraying the local community that we were asking to take this housing project on board. There were already heritage concerns around the size and scale of the proposal that we put forward, but we felt that they were a worthwhile trade-off to the important role that this affordable housing would play for key workers in our community. You know, the teachers, the nurses, the people that we want in our community to serve our community, and sticking to our guns to say no, we're not going to increase the size of something in order to make it commercially viable. I don't see that as being a problem. That is going to be difficult in the City of Yarra in almost any context because we, as a council, we don't actually probably own any land that would actually enable a project of that size. So I'll just echo Councillor Gomez's sentiments in terms of disappointment with the federal government that they're actually not more flexible in terms of their funding abilities and to be more considerate of a wider variety of housing options for people in which they're prepared to provide funding to make them viable.
Okay, so moving the officer recommendation, all of those in favour of that? Okay, and those against? Oh, sorry, you did put your hand up at the last minute, didn't you? That was in favour. Okay, that is unanimous. Moving on to 7.8, proposed road discontinuations.
Deputy Mayor, I have to step out.
Okay, so Councillor Gomez is leaving the room. We'll just pause for a moment. We don't have any registrations on this. We're moving quickly. Okay, so there are no registrations for this item. Did councillors have questions for officers on these? No? Okay. Does somebody want to move the officer recommendation? Councillor Crossland and Councillor Wade, did you want to speak to that?
Just thank you to office for the preparation of the report. Thank you.
Councillor Wade. Okay, so all of those in favour of the officer recommendation? Okay, that is unanimous. Can somebody find Councillor Gomez? Okay, I'll just move on to 7.9, which is Fletcher 1 soccer pitch upgrade tender report. We don't have any registered speakers. Do we have any questions for officers on this agenda item? No. Okay. I am happy to move the officer recommendation. Is somebody happy to second that? Councillor Crossland, I'm not going to speak to this tonight. It's simply putting something to a tender process. Did you want to speak to that, Councillor Crossland? No. Does anyone else want to speak to that? Great. Let's move the motion. All in favour of the officer recommendation. Are you? Okay. Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, 7.10 governance report. We do have 2 registered speakers for that item. So the first registered speaker is Don Vogt, who is from Communities for Climate Compensation, Yarra. Yes. So just press the button. You've got 3 minutes from when you start, Don.
Thank you very much. I'll be as quick as possible. My name is Don Vogt. I'm a member of Community for Climate Compensation Yarra, and we're focused on pragmatic responses to the local risks arising from climate change, which has been raised tonight very clearly. We strongly support the purpose and approach of Motion 710, which is securing long-term funding to help local governments meet the growing costs of mitigating climate impacts and building resilience to increasingly intense and costly weather events. Here in Yarra, we're already seeing the risks. Many properties are vulnerable to flooding when intense rainfall overwhelms drainage systems. Melbourne Water has made it clear that climate change will only increase this challenge. We note that Motion 710 is actually very similar in intent to Motion number 19 of 2025, entitled Stormwater Flooding, moved by Councillor Gomez and seconded by Councillor Aston at the 14 October 20 to council infrastructure aimed at reducing the impacts of flooding on assets and safety risks and increase the preparedness of council infrastructure and City of Yarra residents against the risk of flooding. We believe motion 710 builds on the scope and intention of the 2025 motion. The difference between the two is the funding mechanism. The 2025 motion called for funding from the Commonwealth Government, which is taxpayer funded. 710's calling for funding from a levy on fossil fuel company extraction and exports. We strongly support the 710's funding model. We term it a fair levy on the extraction and export of coal and gas. We see it as fundamentally a practical issue for local government, which is how do we fairly fund the increasing costs of protecting our community from climate impacts. We believe this motion is a sensible and fair step forward, and we strongly encourage Council to support it. And we want to acknowledge and thank Deputy Mayor Harrison for putting the 710 on the Municipal Association of Victoria agenda, if passed tonight, and including the motion in tonight's agenda. And we thank the Mayor and other councillors for having met with us to discuss our campaign. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Don. And I think Meredith Kefford is here too. Thanks, Meredith.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a lot to add to that. I'd also thank Council for, I'm speaking on the same issue, the proposed motion to MAV about the Make Polluters Pay motion. Yeah, and I guess I just wanted to point out that the campaign isn't just about climate, well, it is about climate, but it's also about fairness, as well as the big environment organisations like Greenpeace and ACF, Tipping Point, 350.org. It's also supported by organisations that are focused on addressing inequality, so Oxfam, Amnesty, ActionAid. All those organisations are also have been very involved in organising this campaign. So it's it's a broad campaign. So yeah, I agree with what Don has said. Thank you. Congratulate Councillor. I've forgotten your name. I'm tired. Sharon, for putting it forward. Yes, too late for me for putting it forward, yeah. And I'd also suggest that Council consider, once this is passed, adding it to the advocacy roadmap, because obviously it's very much an advocacy motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Meredith. Now, do councillors have any questions of officers in relation to the governance report? So I understand that there is a revised motion which has come through late this evening. Could I ask the CEO to explain the revised officer recommendation?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. And so, councillors, with apologies, a revised officer recommendation was circulated at 6:12 p.m. Pat O'Gorman over there sent it via email, and you don't have a hard copy. The changes are actually on the screen. What I'm recommending is, rather than resolve not to proceed with the renaming, which Council resolved that we explore, that we instead defer, I ask that Council defer consideration of the matter to allow us to revisit the process with the Register of Geographic Names, and I'd also like to seek some advice to see whether or not there's anything else that we can do. So everything else remains the same, it's just simply defer consideration the renaming of Adolph Street.
Councillor Gomez.
I think it's a procedural question through you, Deputy Mayor. This vote, this endorsement of this report, are we effectively endorsing the motions to MAV?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes. And
Mayor, who's put forward this change here? Has it come from a council or has it come from?
No, it's a revised officer recommendation or amended officer recommendation. This evening there's been 3.
Okay, so do I have a mover for the officer recommendation? I mean, I'm happy to move it, although I have to say I'm slightly uncomfortable with the late change that's come. I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wade. So, look, I'm going to just briefly talk about the MAV motion. Thank you to the community members who have been campaigning around the Make the Polluters Pay campaign. I'm really pleased to include that motion in what we're putting forward to the MAV tonight. I just note that this particular motion has actually already been supported unanimously at the Australian Local Government Association meeting that was held in Canberra in June. Yarra Council did not send a delegate to that meeting, so I think it's kind of timely that we use this as an opportunity to kind of put our voice behind that campaign. So I'm pleased to do that. I also want to note the other items that we've got in this governance report in, going forward to the MAV. We've got a motion there about build to rent. We've had lots of discussion about planning tonight, and one of the key reforms that we have, are seeking is for the loophole to be addressed in relation to build to rent developments, because we are not getting any open space contributions, and we are seeing an increasing number of these developments in Yarra and more approvals underway. So I think it's really important that this advocacy is taken forward to the MAV, and that because I think Yarra's probably been leading this to some degree, but I think we need actually everyone on board with dealing with that particular issue. I don't think I had anything else to say to that, so Councillor Wade, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, and I think Deputy Mayor, you spoke to it very well, so I don't need to add very much, but it's great to see that this motion got support at ALGA. We know that a lot of our regional council colleagues in particular are really suffering climate threats, and that's going to grow for us as well. But it's I think us bringing this to MAV, it's great to support those who are suffering coastal erosion, bushfires, etc. as well, because these effects are impacting us all, but not all to the same degree. And so I'm really pleased that we can back them in. So thank you to officers for this report and to Councillor Harrison for that.
Did anyone else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Aston.
I will support this. Particularly the build to rent motion. I'm very, very supportive of that. I think it's a huge injustice that the subdivision plan allows a loophole for build to rent developers. If you're going to do something where you make huge profit off being a monopoly landlord, and you're going to, pack hundreds of people into a building and not make a contribution to the local community in which they are going to reside, I think is a gross injustice. So I'm very, very supportive of that. In regards to the one around the climate change levy, I think I would just caution people to understand that we will end up paying for it anyway. If you levy a large company, those costs are going to be passed on to us. So regardless of whether it comes through the tax paying or it comes through higher energy prices and higher food prices and all those other kinds of things, we're going to pay for it anyway. But that's not going to stop me voting for this report.
Okay, did anyone else? Councillor Davies.
Yeah, so I think I do have concerns about that last-minute officer recommendation. Having spoken with locals, and I'm even looking at a report from the Herald Sun, the naming of that street was based on someone escaping religious persecution in the 19th century, and many of them were German. There are very good stories to be told about migration and multiculturalism into this country, and I think this needs to be carefully considered. We've got people that don't agree with it, the change, and I think this late call on this particular motion should be reconsidered, and that's my main point. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mackenzie, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for this motion and the MAV motions that we'll be putting forward. Look, we did have people come in this room to talk about Adolf Street, and I think you're right, Councillor Davies. I think understanding our history and acknowledging it is really important, and sometimes we are too quick to remove things. This, though, I do think it is worth us looking closer into it. When we found out that it had been pushed back, like we know that there are people and businesses on this street who have come to us and spoken about some of the difficulties that they have had with this name. Obviously, it has no reference to the person that they were having issues with, but I do think that at least deferring and understanding, seeing if there's something else we can do, if there's a way that we can have a look at the name. I mean, we voted as a council to change it. We found out that that the register has knocked it back, but it's absolutely worth us having another look into it. I don't have an issue with it. Thanks, that's all.
Okay, did anyone else want to speak to this item? Okay, so let's move the revised officer recommendation. All of those in favour? Okay, so that's Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Crossland, Councillor Wade, Councillor Aston. Those opposed? Councillor Davies, Councillor Gomez, Councillor Ho. That has been one. The next, and I'm going to push everyone to move through the agenda swiftly because the night is getting on, and if we don't move with things, we will need to extend. So the next agenda item is my notice of motion, which is number 15 of 2026. Which is paid parking on Madden Grove, Burnley. We have two registered speakers, but I think one of those registered speakers may have departed, so I will move to Mark Staskovich. Please come forward, and thank you for your patience tonight. I don't think you expected to stay this late.
Well, you know, I think you've got us outnumbered at this point, so there is that. I support thoroughly this motion. I'm not quite sure why we're here, even though the Deputy Mayor has tried to explain that to me in email. But in point of actual fact, I want to support the motion. I think it's important that we have that review and we have it in October so that we get this. For heaven's sake, I stopped hearing before you were talking about 27 car spots or 37 or whatever the hell number it is in one spot. What we've seen since we've seen the paid parking, and I just want to report to Council more generally, is that we have a few spots opening up at the west end of Madden Grove, so we're having some impact. And if Council and the officers see fit to allow registered permit holders in the area to compete for those paid parking spots that we've now created, I think we've got a fair chance of getting the best result that we can. It won't be perfect. Nothing's ever perfect in this life, especially as we were sort of landed with this beast. But I think we're doing that. I thoroughly support the motion. I won't waste one more second of your time.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so does anyone have any questions tonight? Does somebody want to second my motion? Councillor Aston, okay. I will speak very briefly to this. This motion is seeking to raise the concerns that were brought up by residents at a public meeting which happened approximately a month ago. I'm keen for us to have that information. One of the other things included in that motion is an update on the parking arrangements on Loyola Grove. There have been multiple people raising the concerns, and so I'm very keen to ensure that is specifically addressed. We also are seeking for the review report to cover the possibility of exempting residents with an Area 12 parking permit from paying for the parking fees if they park in those paid bays on Madden Grove. So it's trying to move that in that direction as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So thank you to everyone that's come and waited tonight, and I'm sorry that Kip didn't manage to stay a bit longer. Did anyone else want to speak to this?
I think it's really important to note that the residents in question, they're not opposed to an element of paid parking. They recognise that there is a problem with Australia Post, and I think they're just seeking information to to understand how they can improve the parking situation for themselves outside of those Australia Post working hours. So I'm very happy to support this motion to get this report to understand how we can help resolve some of those concerns.
Did anyone else want to speak to this? No? Okay, then I will move the motion. All in favour? Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, the next agenda item is petitions and joint letters, and we're going to try and do this as swiftly as possible. I understand that there are three separate, one petition and, two petitions and a couple of joint letters. So if I could ask the councillors who are introducing those to speak very briefly as to what they are, and what we will then do at the end is to actually move. Yes, Councillor Davies. Oh, okay, perfect. Your first cab off the rank then. Okay. So at the end, we'll actually just move one motion to accept the joint letters and petitions. So maybe we'll just follow the order. So 9.1 was petition implemented parking signs on Walker Street, Clifton Hill.
Yeah, great. So it's a petition containing 27 signatures from residents that are requesting that council consider the removal of the implemented signs down Walker Street between the Esplanade and Fendwick Street and create a better solution with community consultation.
Perfect. Councillor Davies, I think you might be covering 9.2.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm taking a petition containing 36 signatures from residents who are requesting that council consider the number of proposed conditions they are seeking into the CMP of the site, so that the amenity of residents is protected during the construction, and this is for Wangaratta Street and Tanner Street, Richmond.
And the joint letter on Canning Street, Carlton North, is that Councillor Crossland?
Yes, thank you. It's a petition containing 29 signatures from residents requesting that council look into the number of people gathering on the Canning Street median strip and some potential enforcement issues. I also note that we do have a registration for this item.
Okay, slight deferral. So we'll move a motion to accept items 9.1 and 9.2. So all of those in favour of accepting the petition and the joint letter, that 9.1, 9.2. Okay, perfect. So the next one we have, Councillor Crossan has introduced it. Matthew Van Coy, are you still here? Perfect. You have waited a long time. Thank you.
That's okay, lucky last. I'm Matthew Van Coy. I'm the organiser of the petition, which is submitted on behalf of the residents of Canning Street and the surrounding streets of Carlton North. So the petition concerns the sustained loss of public amenity caused by the use of the Canning Street median strip as an informal outdoor drinking area by the patrons of the Wine Corner store, 50 Princess Street. Over the last 18 months, the venue's actively promoted and facilitated large gatherings of people drinking on the median strip, a public reserve, which is directly off the premises, which we contend is actually a road. On Friday nights and on weekends, the crowds regularly exceed over 100 people and occasionally 200. On nights when the venue's closed, there's no crowd at all. Surprise, surprise. These gatherings have brought sustained noise late into the evening, litter, broken glass, obstructions of the footpath, the bike lane, public urination on and around residents' properties, and the effective loss of public shared space. The impacts are all documented within the petition. Alcohol, and he cannot control the numbers on the median. So the practical results that the commercialisation of the place and the commercial activity of the venue continues to promote spilled into the public land on the residential street to a scale far beyond what the premises can actively control. or has approval for with no effective management or accountability or duty of care. So the petition asks Council to take enforcement action under Council's general local laws, enforce the venue's footpath trading if it exists, formally request that the Liquor Commission look into the conduct as an amenity inquiry. You understand that the police or council can do that, and engage with residents and report back. We've been in contact with council, liquor licensing, the police for the last 18 months. We're stuck in a situation where it's nobody's problem because it's all too hard. In fact, it's everybody's problem, and our community is entirely fatigued by this. We're about 2 to 3 months away from this happening again, where we'll have 200 people within 5 metres of people's bedrooms in this 75-metre zone. So my question to council is, what are you doing and what will you do? No questions.
Sorry, we don't take questions
Okay.
on submit items like this. So perhaps you might like to forward a question to council outside of the, outside of this
okay.
meeting, and officers will respond to that.
The questions are in the petition.
Okay.
Thanks.
We have one more petition this evening, which is 9.4, oppose Yarra Council's plans to close Bud Street. Councillor Wade, did you want to introduce that?
Yes, I should note I've got 2 more as well, if that's okay. So this one is a petition containing 38 signatures from residents opposing the closure of Bud Street between Sackville and Easy Streets, as it will cause the loss of car parking and local roads for residents. I've got another one which is called the Bud Street Pocket Park. We do not want a skate park. And I've got another one called Maida Street Pocket Park. An increase in greenery over 10% isn't enough. And I'd like to table all of those, please.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so do I have a mover to accept those further petitions and joint letters? Sorry, you want...
Yeah, move second.
Okay, so Councillor Crossland is moving and Councillor Wade is seconding. All those in favour of that? Perfect, okay. So we're almost at the end now. We have questions without notice, and I actually have a couple of questions without notice that have come in the context of this meeting. So I wanted to ask officers a question in relation to the issue that was raised during public question time by Christine Maynard in relation to the enforcement of building orders. Can officers explain how it is that there have been multiple building orders issued and that many of them have not been enforced in relation to that site? And I will just observe that I, as somebody who sacked my builder and surveyor and everyone involved in my project, I got a building order put on my property and I acted very promptly to address council's concerns. So I guess I'm wanting to understand how multiple building orders can be issued and that they have not been enforced.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I might take that question on notice. Thank you.
So will I receive a response in the chamber or will I be receiving a written response? Okay. The second question without notice that I'd like to ask tonight, which has come up in the context of this meeting, and I suspect you will also take this on notice, is that I wanted to ask in relation to parking infringements, how many of Yarra's infringement notices are appealed through the courts, and what percentage of those are successful in appealing? And the final part of that question is, what is the cost to council for matters going to court? Thank you.
So, thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. We'll definitely take that on notice. Thank you.
Okay, now I believe that Councillor Gomez has a delegate's report. Do you wish to speak to that?
6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
It's taking too long to hit that button. Hurry up.
Quick. I'll be very quick. So, as the council delegate to the audit, further assurance from the executive with respect to 1, effectiveness of probity and controls with respect to council's awarding of long-term waste service contracts in December 2025. 2, appropriateness of key measures, reporting lines, and the flexibility and review mechanisms of the waste service contracts to respond to population growth and waste policy changes. 3, addressing waste service supply concentration and continuity. 4, the impact on council's financial sustainability from rising landfill costs and any transition from a waste service rate to a waste service charge. And finally, 5, transparency and reporting of benchmarking, value for money and contract performance of the waste service contracts as a governance control. The committee continues to receive regular reports from our internal and external auditors and council officers and CEO in support of its statutory role to provide independent assurance and advice to council with respect to risk management, internal controls, compliance frameworks, fraud prevention systems, financial and performance reporting, internal and external audit functions, and corporate governance oversight. Last paragraph. The committee also continues to receive regular updates on the progress of the implementation of the Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP software, as the key strategic initiative aimed at mitigating the enterprise risk associated with council's legacy business systems. I move this motion to accept this delegate's report.
Okay, I'm happy to second that motion as I was in attendance at that particular meeting. So all those in favour of accepting Councillor Gomez's report, that is unanimous. We have got exactly 3 minutes left. Councillors, do we have any items of general business this evening? Okay, that is a no. Okay, so I think we are closing the meeting at 10:58 p.m. Thank you, everyone.